Hello everybody and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports for today's Rugby World Cup Team of the Week for the first round. 8 games, 16 teams, a lot of players on display, and we've managed to whittle down to a 15-man team of top performers and standout performances over the weekend. Now, when it comes to a team of the week, it's always going to be quite contentious. There are always going to be some very unlucky players to miss out. There's always going to be some players who some people might disagree with and stuff. And that's why I want your input. That's why I want you guys' comments down in the comment section. Let me know what changes you would make, which players you agree with, which you don't agree with, what your team would look like. But also justify it. Don't just go say this guy was better than this part. Don't, give it a little bit of input as to why certain players you think had a better weekend than this player or that player. As I said, lots and lots of different players, and there's a couple that really are very unlucky to miss out. But before I show you the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And this is what we've got a bit of input from some of the boys at doing the watch along. So whilst this is my final team, there was some input there, and this is what we've got. Right, so it represented, we have got South Africa, England, Australia, Wales, Ireland, France, and Fiji, all getting players into the team of the week. So, yeah, there are quite a few nations missing. As I said, unfortunately, it's very difficult to try and link everybody in here. And we'll talk about in every position certain players who maybe were unlucky to miss out. So if you look at the pack, we'll start with the pack. Front row, I've gone with Stephen Kitsoff. I thought Reddy Wadi had a pretty good game, as did Angus Bell for Australia. But I thought that Stephen Kitsoff really did scrum very well, was very good in the loose, carried the ball as well. I thought that he had a really top game for South Africa. I think he's one of probably the form loose head prop in the world right now. He's become so mature these days. Obviously brings a big part of his leadership as well to the team. Jamie George, I thought was one of the best games I've seen him play in quite a while. It was a much better England performance, and the pack really showed up before George Ford masterclass, and I thought that he was pretty relentless throughout the game. Carried very well, tackled very well, set piece was pretty solid. So yeah, that's the Jamie George that was in the British Lions series and stuff. He's one of the top hookers in the world when he gets it right, and I thought this weekend he looked close to his best, as did Tinea Tupou, who what a player to watch. Phenomenal in the loose, very solid at scrum time, absolute unit of a man. But has got a fantastic skill set. I mean, we saw him intercept tries, throwing long passes on the break. It was the marauding Tinea Tupou that every team fears. Seeing a tight head prop with that kind of size, that kind of skill set, and that kind of pace is a sight to behold. And he looked really good this weekend. Lots were quite difficult. I've gone with Will Rowlands and Franco Mostert. I thought Mario Tojo was better this weekend, for example. And I thought there were a couple of other locks in and around the games who did stand up. Joe McCarthy, for example, for Ireland, I was very impressed with what I saw from him. I think other locks, for example, Bekatava for Japan had a pretty solid game. It was against Chile, for example. And I suppose that's also kind of comes into it, isn't it? It's good performances versus weak team versus good performances versus great team. So, for example, Italy had a very good game against Namibia and don't have any players in here, and that was very difficult to try and to do, to be honest. So I've gone with Will Rowlands. Who I think made about 27 tackles, got absolutely everywhere. I think that he's going to be a huge player for Wales. He has hit the cap limit, well not limit, but prerequisite to be able to play outside of Wales and still play for Wales. So he's going to play for them for many years. We really got to know him quite well last year in the South African series, and I thought that I think he's going to be absolutely world class. And next time I thought Franco Moss had a brilliant game, and I was glad to see that when I was doing my player rating show that a lot of people were agreeing with me. He looks back to the best of me. He carried well. He tackled relentlessly. He was brilliant at the lineouts. Just an absolute workhorse and a great engine getting around that park. The hardest thing for me was the loose trio. I mean, how do you leave out a Peter O'Mahony? How do you leave out a Peter Steph Toy? How do you leave out a Ben Earl, for example? Lorenzo Canoni, one of my favorite players in world rugby at the moment, was absolutely phenomenal against Namibia. There were so many standouts. Francois Croce was good. Charles Olivon was good. That entire French loose trio were very good. Arlie Severe was pretty solid. I could name so many other players across the different teams and across the weekend. But I've gone with Courtney Laws, Ty Byrne, and Gregory Eldred, which is maybe not the most balanced loose trio in that you probably have one of a Courtney Laws or a Ty Byrne. But for me, they were just the top performers. I thought Courtney Laws was the Courtney Laws that we haven't seen in the last year. fronted up physically, got over the advantage line, tackled really well. And I think really sort of galvanized his team when they went down to 40 men. And he's kind of a lead by example type of individual. Doesn't say a lot. He's not incredibly vocal, but he just gets to a lot of work. And then Ty Burn, I think in the strongest team he goes to lock, and I think that they can then get a Josh van der Fleer into that side with a Peter O'Mani as well as a Caelan Doris. And it's amazing how good that Irish pack is. But he just he was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. One of the best utility forwards in the world at the moment, if not the best. And then Gregory Aldrit gets a shout at 8. Man of the match performance in the World Cup opener, was absolutely everywhere. Pick up and goes, as we know him, carrying the ball well a lot. Very, very good. I thought Lorenzo Canoni was brilliant. I thought Jasper Wies was pretty solid. Benner was very good for England. There were lots of very good individual performances at 8 across the weekend. So that was quite difficult to pick. The South African, or third actually South African that gets into this team is Faf de Klerk. I thought that he managed the game brilliantly. I thought he kicked really well. People don't like it. I think a lot of people don't understand it. And everyone was there saying he just kicks possession away. Any scrum off for South Africa will kick exactly the same amount. And they do tailor-make the game plan according to a scrum off. So they know that he and Jaden Hendricks have got really good box kicking games. Therefore, in games where we need to use that, where that's the tactic gets employed, they will play. But I thought that, his defensively was very good. I thought his distribution was pretty good. I thought he actually did up the ante quite a few times. But his game management, his 22, his box kicking were always sort of just outside 22, were really, really well weighted. It was giving a lot of opportunity for us to contest and win a lot of that ball back. So I thought on his 50th cap, I thought he had a really, really good outing. And then 10, I got George. You have to go to George Ford. He scored all 27 points, didn't he? For England. I was really, really, really impressed with the Romanian 10, Vaivasa. I think he's going to be a very exciting player. Very keen to watch him this weekend. Johnny Sexton looked absolutely effortless in that Ireland game. Finn Russell didn't have the best attacking game because he didn't have a great pack, but I thought his defense was fantastic. I thought Matthias Jalabert had a great game on Friday night. Really, I think silenced a couple of doubters. Not that he really actually silenced a lot of doubters, but so there were lots of very good individual performances at 10, but you've got to give it to the George Ford masterclass, which almost single-handedly won them the game. 3 drop goals, miss 1 penalty, it just was absolutely flawless. In terms of the wings, I've gone with Mark Nawangani-Tawase from Australia, who looks the real deal, doesn't he? Absolutely world-class. Scoring tries, competing for the ball, X-Factor type player. Once in a generation player, potentially. Very, very exciting player. And then Demian Peno should have scored 2 tries, maybe a slight error not having the ball in the right hand. It was a great cover tackle, though, from Richie Mwanga. Not the first time he's done it, but it's been finished very well, but always looks very, very dangerous ball in hand. Kurt Lawrence had a good game. Josh Adams, I thought, was fantastic for Wales as well. So there's some very good performances that went across the weekend, but I've gone with those 2. Mark Talea scoring 2 tries. Probably feels a bit robbed. But yeah, I could have gone with a lot of different players. In the centres, I've gone with Bandi Aki, who I thought he's my player of the weekend, to be honest. I think him and George Ford are probably, would have been my picks for player of the weekend. I thought that he arrived with an intensity that was unmatched. His running lines, his defense, his attacking impetus. I thought every time he touched the ball, something was happened. And next to him, I've gone with the absolute world-class YC Nathalevu, who is potentially right now the form 13 in the world. What a performance from the Fijian. It's just he's such an exciting player. It's always something happening with ball in hand. Powerful, captain of Fiji. Almost got them over the line. But 33 years old, coming to the twilight of his career. He's an absolute unit. He sits at about 1.93, over 100 kgs. And it was a really nice, very, very good performance from him. Very, very inspirational type player. And he's definitely one to watch out for the rest of the World Cup. And then at fullback, I've gone with Ben Donaldson, which, Thomas Ramos was very good, for example. And in fact, I had a very tough time not picking him. I thought Bowden Barrett actually played very well for New Zealand as well. Hugo Keenan, for example, has always been highly involved in Ireland. I thought the Chilean fullback was very good from what I saw from during that match. I didn't manage to watch all of it, but when I did watch, I was very impressed with him. But I've gone with Ben Donaldson, who was the first time he actually started at fullback for Australia. Kicked very well for Poles, made such good decisions, which is what Eddie Jones said that is such an exciting thing. Lots of players have got the X factor, lots of players have got everything they need to be top players, but don't always have the mentality and the decision-making ability to back that up. he very much does seem to be the real deal. So this young Australian side, yes, against Georgia, so tougher tasks do loom for them. But yeah, lots of very nice individual performances. That's my team. What do you think? Where would you change? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. And I'll see you guys all next time.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. And we are officially into week 2 of the Rugby World Cup. And what a week 1 it was. A lot of interesting results. No real upsets, to be honest. So still waiting for that first sort of massive, game. There's always that one game which is like iconic in terms of the upset that happens, stuff like that. So we didn't really have that in that first week, but so maybe we have to wait for the second week. But a couple of very interesting games, as well as some very good performances, and a couple of question marks being raised about some teams, a couple of answers being or questions being answered really by others. So it was an interesting first week, and I think that overall, if you look at the pools and stuff like that, no massive surprises just yet. But I think the main thing is looking at certain teams, and some teams there are some worries, and some teams are very much put to bed a bit of doubts, or at least sort of given people a bit of a reason for a bit of hope and a bit more sort of optimism maybe going into the second week. I think the likes of England, Australia, for example, two teams where people were very iffy about coming into the tournaments, both of them getting very important wins over the weekend. Australia, getting that bonus point win. England, really sort of pretty easily in the end, overcoming Argentina. It was a very disappointing performance from Argentina, if we must be brutally honest. Was very much expecting a bit more from Michael Cheika's men. So so basically in the next sort of half an hour, we're going to talk about some of the news that is floating around. We do have confirmation, by the way, that the Springbok team will be announced tomorrow, so we will be live for that as well. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Jesse Kriel incident, which everybody's talking about at the moment. We'll be talking a little bit about the potential planned strikes that are happening in France. We'll give you a couple of updates and just sort of talk a little bit about the weekend and what was interesting and sort of a bit of repercussions going into week 2. So if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, please do put them into the comments. Let me know what you guys thought about the first weekend and what your thoughts are going into this week. And in terms of our Forever Sports tour, this is your third last news show from Johannesburg. And from Friday, this show will actually be being broadcast to you directly from France. When you do see me, I will be in France. So we'll hopefully try and take you to a couple of different locations, maybe a couple of coffee shops, maybe something with a bit of a view. That should be quite a cool little difference. It's something a bit different to what we usually do on the channel as well, which is very exciting. So let's get into it. Now, the first thing I want to talk a little bit about is the whole Jesse Kriel incident, because there's a lot of been talk about it. Obviously, Gregor Townsend addressed it in his post-match conference and sort of said that, they've been worried about the inconsistencies where Tom Curry was red carded the night before due to head-on-head contact. And then they're saying that there was head-on-head contact from Jesse Creel on that Jack Dempsey tackle, and nothing was done. I think a lot of South African fans were also querying the Finn Russell, for example, incident. And it's interesting, in terms of you seeing what you want to see. Because Rassie Erasmus come out and said there was no head contact with Jesse Creel, and Gregor Townsend saying that there obviously was. And I think, Scotland Gregor Townsend and Scotland were basically saying that Finn Russell penalty shouldn't have even been a penalty. He was kind of just pulling out of a tackle, or trying to catch the ball. And, that there wasn't really a tackle, that there was no head contact, and that shouldn't have been a penalty. I think South African fans will be saying that could have been a yellow card. So it's an interesting. It's always going to be interesting from that perspective with regards to what different people think, and you're always going to be a little bit, biased towards your team, aren't you? And sort of selectively blind at times. But let's talk about it. So in terms of the head contact, we've all obviously seen the photos and stuff like that, and maybe I can actually put it on the screen as well. Let me see if I can get that sorted.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
That's a good idea. I'm going to put that on the screen now. And also, the problem is, though, when it comes to something like a very select sort of screenshot, as it doesn't always tell us with the full story and stuff like that. And so I'm going to show you exactly what everyone is saying was the issue, and then we can talk a little bit about it. Okay, so this is the freeze frame that has been going around, and as you can see over there, and again, I was trying to find the video. We can't show the video, unfortunately, because it'll be taken down. But so that's the freeze frame that's now sort of going around. And over there, it looks like there's sort of head contact. Obviously, sort of, we don't sort of know the extent because it said a freeze frame doesn't always tell the clearest of pictures and stuff. So that is what's going around. And that's what everybody has been complaining about, saying that, where the inconsistency. Now, Rassie Erasmus came out and point blank said there was no head contact. And in terms of the sighting, we're sitting here on Tuesday. The incident happened on Sunday evening. And there's been no sighting. Tom Curry was cited immediately. Well, obviously got a red card, and his citing commission was actually, I think, supposed to be today, I believe it was. I can just go in the World Rugby. So there has been no sightings. He will not be cited. I think that is the main thing. So a lot of people have been asking me, saying, will he be cited? Can he be cited? Obviously, he can be cited. So people are asking, even if he didn't get a red card or was picked up, can he still be cited? Now, yes, he can. He can still be cited. That's definitely still a thing. But the fact that he hasn't by now means that he won't. I think is the good news, I suppose, from a staffing perspective, that he will not be cited. I'm going to the disciplinaries. So if you go to the disciplinaries, for example, there's only one and from the weekend, that is Tom Curry. And that I said, I think that will be on today, if I'm not mistaken. The hearing will take place on Tuesday evening. Yeah, Tuesday evening. So Tom Curry hearing will be tonight. And so we'll put a video out as soon as we have that verdict, because it will be the first potential ban of the tournament. And I think the biggest problem is, I think if you look at this video incident again, you can look at the freeze frame over here and you can say it looks bad. If you look at the video, for example, I don't think it's necessarily head-on-head contact initially. I think it's a difficult one at the end of the day, and you can sort of slow it down, look from different angles. I don't think it's as clear-cut as everybody sort of is suggesting. And again, we're now sitting 2 days on from it. Nothing's been brought up, so he's not going to get cited for it. So Springbok fans don't think we need to panic. But then obviously there's sort of the big questions are the inconsistencies. And there's always going to be a lot of debate around this with regards to what counts as head-on-head contact. Because we were talking a little bit about the Tom Curry incident. And some people saying that they felt it was very harsh. Some people saying, well, it's head-on-head contact. And yeah, I think by the letter of the law, it was a red card. It was head-on-head contact. There was the problem is you look at mitigation. Now, the mitigation, I suppose, some people's argument is that Jean-Cruz Malia was coming down and sort of and wasn't on the ground yet, so he wouldn't have known exactly how high he was going to be because he was kind of falling down from the tackle, not falling down from the tackle. He got up, the ball had come down, and so that's where some people are saying there could have been mitigation because but at the same time, and somebody made this point on our group WhatsApp group, they were saying that there was another tackler at the same time who was lower, who wasn't in the position for head-on-head contact, and so by looking at that, you're going to sit there saying, well, it could have been avoided. And the usual thing is when there's head-on-head contact, they start at a red card threshold, and then they look at mitigation, and they work their way down. So in that instance, for example, they said, right, there's head-on-head contact between Tom Curry and Malia. It is with a higher degree of force. What are the mitigating factors? Now, Tom Curry goes into the tackle very upright, never really sort of looks to drop, leading with his head, for example. And whilst it's an unfortunate incident, there were no real steps that he took to prevent it. And that's the problem. You look at mitigating factors and there wasn't any, which is why he was red carded and why he will now be facing a disciplinary hearing this evening. So two very different incidents, if you ask me. Immortal say, I think they already said he won't be cited. Tim Vandenberg says, hi Steve, just got back from Marseille. Not a bad start for the World Cup. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Very cool that you were over there. And so we go on Thursday. So very, very excited to go there. And we'll be in Bordeaux this weekend for SA versus Ireland. So this Sunday during the Watchalong, which will be with the Wares, we'll hopefully be doing a live crossing, the first ever live crossing on Forever Sports. And it's going to be to France to Bordeaux. So hopefully you can get that right because it'll be very cool to do. Tim Vandenberg says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 36 hours since the game, which means, yes, you can't be cited anymore. Right. As far as I understand, yes, that is the case. If he was going to be cited, it would have happened already. And no, I cannot be streaming the game for us in the stadium, unfortunately. Evan says, saw the replay from another angle, looked like no head contact, shoulder hit the ball into his chin. And says, I think he could only be cited if it was a red card. I think it was just an awkward tackle there, and it does raise eyebrows. No, you can be cited. So, for example, obviously, that incident against Jean-Cruz Malia back in Ellis Park, where he jumped into Grant Williams, it wasn't even a penalty. There was absolutely nothing. And he was then cited retrospectively afterwards and was banned. So just because there was no card or just because there was no penalty or anything like that, it doesn't mean that you can't be cited. You can be cited. And people have been. But in this particular case, it doesn't look like they have cited him. Evan says tackle techniques need to be correct to avoid the risk. Well, that's I think the big thing. And that's what people are, and that's what I was saying about England is the problem with England is that they're dealing with a lot of red cards in a short space of time. And you start to get a little bit of a reputation about your tackle technique if that is the case. And so, referees and TMOs are always going to be trying to be neutral and trying to treat every single situation on its own merits. But there's always going to be sort of a subconscious amount of, well, these guys have been getting red cards quite a lot. They've been guilty of really poor tackle technique. And that's where I think the England coaching team needs to be taking a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but they need to be having a review because they've had so many red cards in the last few months that there's obviously a fundamental problem with the way that they're approaching the game defensively. And that needs to change because that's the whole point of these red cards. Somebody made a very good point over the weekend and they were saying that, you remember how, spear tackles was such a big thing 10, 15 years ago. And they then started saying, right, so spear tackles are completely taken out. If you dump it on the head, it's a yellow card, red card territory, for example. And it took a few years and we had a lot of cards, stuff like that. And they made a good point saying, how often do we see spear tackles now? And we actually don't. So yes, there are the occasional times where a player is lifted up and he's dumped, but we do see it. It's far fewer incidents than there were 10 years ago, maybe. So there's no doubt that it works, and that's the whole point. And this is the thing, we can criticize World Rugby, we can criticize the officials for how many cards there are and stuff, but the whole point is to try and change players' behavior, players' tackle technique, and to change the way the game is played to make it safer. And, you know, when people sit there and say rugby's gone soft, I think that is incredibly dismissive and very, very just wrong, to be honest. Rugby is more physical and more intense than it ever has been. You know, and it's far more professional. The players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder, they tackle harder. So rugby has never been as physical as it is currently now. So when you sit there saying, "Oh, the game's gone soft," because they're trying to ensure that, you know, people who are being tackled harder than ever are not being tackled in their head and then, you know, developing dementia later and dying and forgetting their family names. That's what they're trying to prevent. We're trying to get away from the head injuries. We're trying to reduce the risk and make the game as safe as possible, whilst keeping the core principles there. That is the point. And it has to be done. Otherwise, the game will not survive. You cannot have a game or a sport which is, you know, functionally too dangerous. You know, you've got to weigh up the risk. And there will always be a risk of injury. It is a contact sport, you know, but a contact sport doesn't mean that people need to be getting concussions every single week and long-lasting head injuries. You know, that's what we're trying to get away from. So yes, you know, a broken bone, concussions will be part of it. You know, concussions are part of every sport. You know, I mean, in the last Proteas game, or the first Proteas game in the cricket, for example, there was concussion for being hit in the head, and there was some substitution. So concussions are always going to be part of the game, but you've got to try and find ways to reduce it so that they are isolated incidents and not the norm, and that's what they're trying to do. So I don't have an issue with the fact that they're trying to do. The issue obviously is the inconsistencies, and again, I think that's going to be, you know, a year or two of trying to clarify the rules and trying to really sort of work it all out, and then hopefully after that, it then becomes a case of you know, the tackle techniques all adjust accordingly, and we're sitting here in 4 or 5 years' time saying, how cool is it that there are so few head injuries? You know, that the tackling's all got a bit lower, and that hopefully, you know, the game is in a much better place because of it. So you do have to walk before you can run. And yes, so there has been an increase in cards and stuff like that. Again, I think we're talking about long-term vision here, people, long-term vision. So I don't mind. I'm not going to spend my time getting so worked up by all the cards. I've also never been one of those people who think that a red card ruins the game. I think a red card is part of the game. And I think that if you start to reduce the impact of the red card or the consequences of it, I think you're kind of losing the point. You know, isn't the whole point to take a hard line? And if you don't take a hard line, then you're not going to be changing players' attitudes. You're not going to be changing the way the game is played as quickly as you'd like it to be. Brendan says, if they cite this accidental incident but let Finn's clear foul play, it'll be an injustice. Winter Pistol says if Farrell gets away with his tackle, JC gets away with it too, while Farrell is currently serving a ban. We're just saying, seeing the bunker system being misused the way it has, it's like watching a field being plowed by Ferrari. So good in principle, so badly operated by those in charge. I don't think the bunker's been terrible. TMO and the bunker's obviously quite different. So if you've got an issue with the way TMO is being used, for example, then that's one thing. But the bunker, I've yet to really see the bunker being that misused. I've quite enjoyed the bunker concept. Different TMO, different set of eyes, different sort of team and stuff like that. Look, to be fair, also it is very new. You know, they weren't, and I think before a month ago they weren't even planning on using it in the World Cup. So it was only trialed really in the last month or two, and then implemented for the World Cup. So I think it's always gonna have a couple of teething issues, but I'm a big fan of the concept. So hopefully with the small issues they have, they can sort of fix that quite quickly. It has been a very tumultuous time for World Rugby in the last weekend, this first weekend. There were transport issues in Marseille. There's a transport strike planned in France on Friday, which is the day we arrive. So we might be arriving to a transport strike. So that's just been phenomenal. Hopefully I can get onto my train before then and I can get to board. So that's going to be fun. And Papa Rumble says, have we had updates on Airburn? Last I saw, they said 10 days or so. But we're still waiting on scan results. Yeah, there's been no official updates since then. And yeah, so that was a press conference yesterday. Rassie Erasmus saying that yeah, he's going to be out for 7 to 10 days. Was never going to play the Romania game. But yeah, I was you know, still needs to be able to train and stuff like that. And he's not going to be able to for the next sort of week or bit. But in theory, should be okay for Ireland as long as he's trained well and there are no complications. That is the last update we got. Dion says, question, is Dan Bigger shouting at his hook and other teammates generally considered to be okay? I was shocked by the instance, didn't even get much press. I suppose you have to ask the teammates stuff like that. I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You know, you get some people who are very vocal at their teammates and stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a bit. I suppose it's about the line. I suppose it's sort of the amount of respect that you either have or that you give your teammates, stuff like that. So if you're in a position and that's, you know, you've been given the license to be able to do that, and people can understand where you're coming from, then it can work. But obviously, there's always needs to be a line. So as long as it has a net positive result, I suppose it can work. I've never been a massive fan of it. I think there's one thing demanding things of your players and stuff. I think it's another thing shouting at people when they do something wrong. So yeah, I think there's limits to it. Who do we face in the quarters if we lose to Ireland? We have to find out. We have to wait. If we lose to Ireland, we finish second. We'll play the top of the group A, which at this stage will be France. So we have to wait and see what happens in that group. Anyone know when Billy Boy wanted a full step down? He's never stepping down. Sian says, ref chat is mostly boring. What can be an interesting discussion on the laws and their application there, which turns into fans whinging about perceived injustices? 100%. I don't mind talking about laws. I don't mind discussing the implementation of laws. It's just very tiring when you go on to a forum or you're chatting to people and it's Fiji got robbed because of a biased ref. And I find that chat so boring. Like, really, honestly, rolling my eyes type. Like, I'm just such a waste of my time to be talking about supposed biased referees and referees manipulating the game and match fixing and all the conspiracies. You know, officials always get things wrong. They always get things right. So there's always going to be a bit of grey area, and that's always going to be the case. And if you don't understand that, and if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you're going to be pretty miserable because that's just the reality. You know, they are human. There's always going to be human error. And it's about making sure that we can try and reduce as much as possible, and that's where the laws come in, where we hopefully get laws which are as comprehensive and understandable as well as clear as possible, so that there is no ambiguity there. Bram says, you talk about they must change player behavior. That is a stupid plan. It's damn lottery whether it's a yellow, red, penalty, nothing. How will you ever change tackles like that? Ridiculous. No, that's the whole point. Is to say, if you run in upright and there's head-on-head collision, if you run in with your shoulder and there's head-on-head collision, you will get carded. That's what the laws are. That's the whole point. Don't run upright. You have to go low. If you're tackling somebody from below the chest and you've wrapped your arms, you've got no risk of being yellow carded. Zero risk. If you're tackling below here and you've wrapped your arms, then you can't get a card. But if you go up, and you're looking at and you're making the hit above the chest, then your lottery in inverted commas comes down to the timing. So yes, if you get it right and you hit them in the chest and they go down, you're happy days. There's not much room here, is there? So you hit somebody here, for example, even sort of the neck area, you're in trouble, and that's why they want to take out this grey area, this chance of getting it wrong, and say go there. Because if you're aiming for below the chest and you get it slightly wrong, you're there. But if you're aiming for here and you get it wrong and you're making contact here, that's where you're going to get into trouble. And that's what they're trying to change, is to get people's defaults and you know, people's initial tackle technique to go lower. So we are getting away from head-on-head contact. That is the whole point, and to get away from shoulder to head contact. So yeah, I don't think it is that much of a lottery. We're trying to get people to go lower. That's the plan. And therefore, if you go high, you run the risk of getting a yellow card and a red card. If you go low, you'll be fine. That's the concept. Martin says that the Creel tackle was showed 5 times in the replay, then there was problems. Well, to be fair, the TMO looked at it. The TMO can look at everything. So I'm sure, and the fact that there was a replay on our TVs, for example, it means that the TMO would have seen it as well. But then decided not to take action. Winston says, how good was Grant Williams looking? Can't wait to see him really tearing up the field throughout the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I mean, that ankle tap from Finn Russell was so important. Can we just talk about how good Finn Russell's defense was? I mean, we're talking about one of one of the best attacking fly halves in the world who put in an absolute exhibition in defense. I've never ever seen him defend that well. He was absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think he made about 8 or 9 tackles, but like last man tackles, covering tackles, ankle taps. I mean, he's an absolute demon on defense. He's just the most complete fly half out there, isn't he? You know, I think that's just the main thing we need to start talking about. Mana's saying big screen replays influence the crowd, with the crowd also involved. Evan says Williams looks deadly attacked, just wish he chipped and chased. Needs to learn to solo support, will never catch up. Yeah, that's the problem when he's the quickest player on the field. The poor guys are like desperately trying to chase him, and he's just leaving them in their wake. So, yeah, look again. If it wasn't for the ankle tap, I think he could have gone all the way. It was a great tackle from Finn Russell. It was a great run from Grant Williams. But I actually don't think we're giving enough respect to how good that ankle tap was, because if he hadn't made that, it was try time. But yeah, I mean, he's just so exciting, isn't he? He gets half a space, and once he's in a bit of space, one-on-one, you're going to back him, aren't you? Because he's got that devastating pace. He's rounding wings. You know, that's the thing. He's leaving any backline player in his wake. He's the quickest player in the squad, I reckon. At the very least, with from an acceleration point, and that's Kobus Reinach, who's absolutely rapid. You've got Kirtley, Oren, Sanchez, and Colby, who are absolutely rapid. Jesse Creel is not slow by any means, and they've all said that Grant Williams is just a different gravy when it comes to his sort of just acceleration and top speed. Absolutely mental how fast he is. My cousin says, looks like Bordeaux weather may be cool start out into the weekend, even possibility of afternoon showers on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on sitting and watching rugby in the rain on Sunday. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The weather-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to be that cool. It does. Well, it's going to be that sort of mid to late 20s from what I've seen. We'll actually be able to do, you know, underground updates. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend from a weather perspective. Hopefully we get some dry weather, because I think against Romania, obviously Ireland put 80 on them, and we'd like to do something similar. Very interested to see the team. By the way, my team prediction video will come out later today, and then we will have final confirmation of that team tomorrow evening when the team is announced. But yeah, in terms of other news, what do I want to talk about? Where are my articles here? So, I saw a whole thing that there's an algorithm which has worked out who will win the World Cup. Whole statistical thing, and it has actually said that even despite last week Friday, New Zealand has a 33.5% chance of winning its 4th World Cup. The next most likely champions are South Africa, followed by France, and then Ireland. So I think that was actually before this weekend, though. So I don't know how much. It would be cool to see if they can change. If that changes because of the first weekend results, and whether that sort of still then obviously has the same sort of favorites and stuff. Problem with statistical analysis and stuff is that, you know, it just doesn't take into consideration the human element. You know, there's always, you know, and how players can change in the day, scorelines change in the day, and how, you know, one small moment which you can't predict, a red card, for example, a yellow card, an officiating error, a knock-on or whatever, can obviously be so influential in all these games. So, yeah, you know, you can always create a statistic, but there's always going to be that human element if you get it wrong. Mario says, my favorite part of the weekend, other than the box winning, were at memes about Rusty's light system. What are the odds? They mean next to nothing, and I'm just there to mess with analysts. Yeah, I mean, the only time we really saw the lights, we seemed to see a red light, and it was basically, well, we assumed they kind of go for polls, but I mean, they could definitely relay that message without the light. So, yeah, maybe it is a bit of just a bit of fun that they're having. Who do you think starts 10 this weekend? Will Mane be rested? I think Mane plays every single minute of the World Cup. I think that they need to build confidence into him. I think he needs to kick as many conversions and penalties and get his hands on the ball as much as possible. I don't think they would rest him at all. They could start David Williams at 10. I don't think so. I don't see why you would, to be honest. Maybe I'd rest Mane against Tonga if we got there. But as I said, for somebody who's so new into his international career, I'd be playing him as much as possible. You also don't necessarily need to have to rest certain players as much as others. You know, like Stephen Kitsop, when your props, for example, I'd like to be resting those and some of your forwards. So I don't think he could play every minute of the tournament if he needed to, and I think he'd be okay. So yeah. Graham says, no, you get a risk of getting concussion of your own if you go for the hip. That is why you aim for chest, which goes up if done wrong, and you cannot go for legs in that split second. No, well, that's the whole point. Just to get away from people going from the chest. That's literally the point, because you run the risk of then clotheslining people. We've all played rugby. People all at tackle school. There's always certain things and tackle techniques. Sometimes people get it wrong, but we cannot be advocating for people to be hitting chest high tackles, because that is going to see people, head on head contact, shoulder to head contact. And that's the whole point. There were plenty of examples this weekend of very good tackles which weren't chest high and were around the waist and stuff. So that is, we're getting away from the sort of tackles. That's kind of the entire point of it. Josh says, don't you feel Ireland are very underrated at the moment? I don't really understand where that's coming from. Hey, the fact that everyone's just sort of writing them off. I mean, they looked a bit sloppy for the first about 10 minutes on Saturday, and then kicked into gear and obviously put Romania to bed. And it's Romania, so it's difficult to sort of see what that really means for Ireland. They play against Tonga this weekend. I think it's on Saturday at 9 o'clock. So that'll be a little bit, probably get a bit of a better idea of where they are. I'll be with you for that watch along, by the way. So hopefully that will give us a better idea of exactly where Ireland are within their form and stuff like that and temperament. At the end of the day, I expect Ireland to get through to the quarters very, very easily. And then it's about the monkey on the back, isn't it? Then it's about they've never gone past the quarters. Then it's about that whole mental, block of not being able to get into a semi-final. So it starts to come into play. So they're not an issue, and I think they'll very much know that they expect to breeze through to the quarters, and I'm sure they will. It's where they can pitch up for that quarterfinal and get the win over in New Zealand and France, which is not a small task. It wouldn't. I mean, and again, people will do it. Jeepers me, that's good. Just watching Quinton de Kock hitting a 6 down in Potchefstroom. People will say that they're choked. I don't think we can say that any of New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, or France choked if they don't win the World Cup, because I think they're all four are very, very similar standards. I think it's about who pitches up on the day. If Ireland got to the final and lost to England, you could probably sit there and say, yeah, that's kind of a bit of a choke. They should never be losing to England in the final. And they shouldn't be. But I think when those four teams are going out to each other, I think it's about fair enough, to be honest. I think that they are that close with regards to the players, the ability, and stuff. So I don't think there's a lot of difference between those four teams. So, but yeah, again, at the end of the day, you got to beat who's in front of you, and that all comes sort of kicked into the quarters. But this weekend we've got some nice games. It's France versus Uruguay on Thursday. Cool to see Uruguay back in the mix. New Zealand versus Namibia on Friday. Samoa versus Chile on Saturday. Wales versus Portugal. Ireland versus Tonga. And then we've got some very nice games on Sunday with South Africa versus Romania, Australia versus Fiji, and England versus Japan. I'll be with you for 3 watch-alongs over the weekend, all coming from you live from Bordeaux, which is going to be fun. And we'll be doing live crossings and stuff on Sunday from Bordeaux at the SA versus Ireland, SA versus Romania game, which is going to be lots of fun as well. People are going to wrap up for the day there. In terms of videos to come, we've got a 5 things learned between France and New Zealand coming out later. We've got a round 1 team of the week coming out. We've also got a predicted lineup video, which should all be coming out. So we've got 3 to 4 videos coming out today. Then tomorrow we'll be live for the team announcement. We'll be live for this show. We will also have a 5 things learned from South Africa versus Scotland. Some other cool content coming out then as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments and we'll try and answer them tomorrow, for example. I'll try and join us in the next live show. We'll be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock as usual for the daily news catch-up. And we'll see you guys then. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports Fan Forum on a oh, no, wait, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And
Little-
secondly, I'm the better version of Stevie P. Hey, here we are.
Oh, wow. Imagine that.
Steve 2.0.
Just imagine that.
Imagine
I
that,
mean-
yeah. Yeah, guys, so as you can tell, we are a little bit earlier this week. I think we're getting ready for the Springbok game. We've got the team announcement, so we've got lots of books to talk about, but also Stevie and his brother are off to France, lucky bums, so they're getting all ready for that. So, yeah, Stevie mentioned that he had something with his teeth, but boys, I think that was a little bit of a teeth whitening dental job there to get himself ready for France.
Good for the camera.
Fans will
But yeah,
give us some attention down there.
Yeah, but obviously, guys, first week of the World Cup done, so we got loads to get through. Of course, I mean, some interesting topics to talk about, which we'll get to. But I think not maybe one or two shockers to some people, but generally, I think a lot of form went the right way. But I think, yeah, I can't wait to get into it with you guys, and I think we'll start off with the weekend with the first games. Obviously, the opener. I don't know if it was probably a little bit of a damp squid after everything because, yeah, it ended up being a massive France victory there in the end, or quite a comfortable France victory after a very nice New Zealand start. I must admit, I kind of still was. I predicted New Zealand possibly winning, so I thought, there we go. There's the New Zealand arrived, and see you later, Frenchies. But no, the Frenchies are just really, really good. So, Riza, I'll start off with you, man. How did you feel the game go? How do you think the battles of the tens went specifically? How did you see it going?
Yeah, no, cool. I see this is targeted abuse here. And, yeah, everyone was probably wondering why I took such a break from the fan forum. Well, now you know, everyone. It's Chris and his abuse there all the way from England. But
just
having
having
first time
shite
back in a
opinions.
few months, but we have to ease you into it, you know. So
yeah, look, if you want to talk about the battle of the tens, I don't actually think that there was much of a battle. To be very honest, I thought that Richie and Jalibu, I think both of them actually had some decently quiet games for their levels. I think Jalibu had a couple moments that were really exceptional, but yeah, it was a weird one. I don't think it was really a game for the tens. I think that the class was shown elsewhere on the field. So I don't know if that answers your question. It may not be the one you were looking for. But if you want me to say that Richie Mo'unga is terrible, I will not be saying that. But yeah, no, it was okay. I would rate Richie's performance probably a 5-6 out of 10, and Jalibu maybe a 7.
yeah, but how did you? I mean, obviously, how did the game pan out for you? I mean, what were you also undercoverly thinking New Zealand were going to cause an upset there, or did the form lines just show that there was no ways that France were losing there?
Sure. I must say, I actually think that New Zealand probably didn't do themselves many favors there. I think that especially in that first half, they probably threw away a couple of chances and a couple of handling errors, and it was just all around kind of messy. And I think that if they had got their game plan together and just got a couple of hands together and stayed a bit more patient in that first half, in particular, I think that we might have seen a different result. But the French, to their credit, managed to hold them off for that first half and capitalized on the mistakes that New Zealand were making and came out firing in the second half with the ability that we all know that they have. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion, I think that France have done well to get that win, but I do think that New Zealand are much better than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's a lot more that should come from New Zealand. It would be very, very scary to still write them off. Where's I'll go to you? How do you feel the game went? What did you feel there was an impact with the 2-12s? It looked like Fofana had the better of the centers there. How did you feel the game went? Maybe not specific in the centers there, but how did it pan out there for you?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit shocked potentially by that early New Zealand try. You know, everyone thought, okay, here we go. This is it. The All Blacks have turned up. You know, they got their spanking from the Springboks a couple of weeks before, and now they're ready to go. But I think the French did immaculate game management and planning. So they knew that they weren't going to come up and meet the All Blacks up front from the go. They weren't going to try and match the energy. They were just going to keep in there with them, keep in with them, and then eventually when things opened up, then really, open the floodgates. So I think that was really interesting to see how the French were able to manage the game from that perspective. Barring that sort of first try by the All Blacks, though, it just never really looked like they were that threatening. It didn't feel like an All Black team of old. However, bloody Talea on the wing there is just an absolute machine and unstoppable, or just like is very Colby-esque, but like in the fact that he just doesn't go down. So I think he can do some damage this World Cup. We'll have to keep our eyes out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that just looks so kind of maybe unorthodox in a way, because I was also watching him and it took him. He breaks almost every first tackle, almost, and he's only like a slight type of guy. You just don't expect it. It's like he's got like the superhuman kind of ability or strength,
I may get shouted at. I may get shouted at for comparison, but when I look at him, I almost see like a Makazole Mapimpi kind of vibe, maybe a few years back, but.
Yeah, and I think these unorthodox wings, Peter Rousseau could have been one as well. You kind of lanky and you kind of some of these odd wings. They've got these different running styles. Maybe JJ Engelbrecht.
What about Kobus Reinach on the wing? He's like,
he's the best wing that we've ever produced. So, that's that. Or no, that's him. No, it's him. Yeah. But Rudes, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I know. We had a comment to ask. Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Well, I'll leave that up to you, Rudes. What do you think? Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Or where do you think they're going? How do you think the game went, and where do you think they're going in this World Cup?
Yeah, it's lovely to be on again, man. So for me, I saw a quote in the week that said the head coach of the All Blacks, Ian Foster, is consistent at being inconsistent. And I think that, for me, sums up the late generation of the All Blacks. I know we await Scott Robertson, the next All Black coach. He might obviously add some new dynamics. But for me, in this generation, I won't say I'm pleased, because it's always that sort of South African-New Zealand rivalry that you want to see that's intense. But if we judge on the last game, I know it was only a warm-up game, but the All Blacks were absolutely nowhere. And I think, to a degree, I want to say there's certain people in the New Zealand media, I guess, who sort of have this entitled denial for the moment. So every team goes through a dip. South Africa has been through many. And I think this is just the All Blacks' time to lap that up at the bottom of the barrel, so to say. Being in the bottom of the pecking order in as far as the top 4 teams to win the World Cup, they'd be fourth to be mentioned right now.
Yeah, man, Riz, I agree. I think New Zealand, they're in a downward trend, right? I think it is players. I speak to people, our friends. Like, you look at that All Black team. Let's be honest, guys. It doesn't seem it's not as imposing as these All Black teams of old, where you're just like, how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I think we look at these teams, we think we have a chance. And I'm going to throw it. I think Fozzie, the culture, leadership is so important in sport, and I think Fozzie. I don't like to criticize people's crap because we don't really know, but I think the culture there is wrong. I don't think they got that old proper New Zealand culture going there. I think Robinson will turn that around, but do they have the cattle to turn it around with the players? That'll be something else to see. But the World Cup's still going. They're still in it. Who knows where they end up going? I think, let's move on to some other games of the weekend. We'll focus on the big ones. I think let's move maybe to old England, Argentina. Very, very, very interesting game. I'm sorry to the Argentina fanboys. Yes, Reza, put your head back there. And I think a lot of the panel were wearing their Argentina tops.
Yeah.
I think someone called England on the panel last week. I think that was me. But look, to be honest, guys, no one expected. No one expected. England did play better, but Argentina allowed them as well to absolutely play well. So, Reza, how did you see that game? What did you make of that one?
Oh, man. It was probably one of the most frustrating games of rugby I've watched in a very long time. And I don't usually get too invested in neutral games, so to speak. But, the RGs hold a very special place in my heart, ever since they had kind of joined in with Sanzar. And I really thought this was their time. I must be honest. I thought that, of all the picks that I made this weekend, barring maybe the Fiji pick, I was quite confident in this one. And I must give all my credit to George Ford. He took total control of that game in trying circumstances for England, with obviously the red card down. And it's, geez, what an effort by him to just game manage that and control it for his team. And I think the rest of the team kind of fed off that energy. You could see after that first drop kick went down, I think they were also in shock. They were like, okay, you know what, we can actually do this. There's a bit of self-belief there. So yeah, for me, all the credit to George Ford. I'm horribly shocked at the performance that the RG's put together. They can moan as much as they want about some refereeing decisions or whatever the case is, but they had no one to blame but themselves. They were impatient and very similar to the New Zealand team. A lot of handling errors, and they just, they didn't have the temperament to get themselves into a position to take control of that game.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm believing that the national anthems are getting totally butchered at the World Cup. And someone mentioned that Argentina's was also completely butchered. And they're a team, that Latin temperament we talk about, that they get all worked up in their anthem and they gets them really going. And apparently they're looking around at each other like, what's going on? And it could have put them off, with that temperament we talk about. I'm not saying it did. They're professional sportsmen. It shouldn't. But someone noticed that they looked a little bit razzled, that they didn't get to pump out how they would normally do it. I'm not making an excuse for them, but yeah, it was a very odd game. And George Ford, those skills of kicking those goals, people saying, was also, they were bloody good drop goals. Is Argentina still your second team? What's going on? What did you make of it?
I don't know when they were second team. Did I say that? Is that what I said?
I'm wrong, Wes. But yeah, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only Super Rugby pick I got wrong, which makes it hurt even more. So
okay, all right, no need to show off,
yeah. I was just saying, join the Forever Sports Super Rugby picks there. Links in the description. But no, it was tough, eh? I think, like Reza, disappointed is probably correct, and not like in a parental disappointed way, but in a this was a moment for them to show the growth that they've had, and we just then resorted rather back to Argentina of old, ill-disciplined, scrappy rugby, no real phase play. It was tough to watch, and I think in a way, like it was. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was glad to see England playing better, as much as the whole world seems to not like England, for very good reasons sometimes. I think it was encouraging for the state of rugby, and just actually for those Oaks as individuals, because they get absolutely roasted by their media, and I think it's a very toxic place to be an English sportsman. So I was happy that there might be some relief for them this week, and maybe even some praise, God forbid. But yeah, in terms of an Argentina performance, was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. Remember, I mean, even England, there wasn't so much on attack, was there? I saw some ridiculous stat that they kicked 90% of their possession. It was just a very odd game of rugby. I don't know how much to really take on it. We'll get into some predictions later. I've got one that I will give for the England-Japan, so we'll take it there. But Rudes, what did you read of that? A lot of people would put in RGs to make it to the semis, great chance. Would they sneak into a final? What do you think happened there on the weekend, and where do you think they're going?
I think that was a defining game for Argentina. Obviously, they were backing themselves to be favourites against England, judging from the warm-ups. But then again, we saw that the warm-ups are just warm-ups. And I think Argentina, for the sake of it, also sometimes tend to be the French of old. Lately, I know they had a time where they beat the All Blacks, they beat the Springboks, but over the last sort of while, I don't think they have that same sort of rhythm that they used to. So then again, you spoke earlier about the passion. I think a lot of that sort of, when it goes missing in the game, they sort of fall apart. And then the leadership for me wasn't really evident. And then obviously the drop goals, you mentioned obviously earlier on, we were chatting on our WhatsApp group about Stephen Larkham's drop goals. Those sort of things you don't sort of plan. But I think England did. Argentina just didn't see England coming with that sort of plan, and they had no answer.
Yeah, no, it was quite surreal to watch. But yeah, I anticipate RGs will come back hard. come back good next game. I think we can write that one off. But then we possibly said that about New Zealand coming into the French game, and they showed the same form basically that they gave against us, right?
And I mean, Chris, just to mention as well. I mean, I see Safri Kiwi in the comments there, getting some really good comments down there. But the one he mentions is Argentina also only had one warm-up game in Spain. And I mean, that's not preparation, right? I mean, all the big nations have had some pretty extensive tests. I mean, we had our New Zealand game and the whole rugby championship basically as a warm-up to World Cup. And yeah, it's quite disappointing for Argentina that they weren't able to secure themselves the fixtures that they maybe needed to get them over the line.
I think that is a biggie, and I think the story even plays back to speaking about the Fijians, the Fajua, and the prep that they've had in the Super Rugby, and then the Jaguars for Argentina. When the players have that hard and weekend, you build that standard. Your body, your mind is I fully believe that as a professional sportsman, right? Yeah. And if you start getting less and less, that's taught to win. And you come to the big time, unfortunately, you're caught cold sometimes, and that looks like what's happened.
Last thing, Chris, if we can just, and I'm sure we'll talk about it because this was a big theme of this weekend, but obviously Tom Curry going off, and I think we can chat about that after we've spoken about the other ones there. But Tom Curry's red card, and it is a concerning issue for England because they do seem to play better when they are a man down, which
they're so used to it. So.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's so weird. It just seems to kick them into this different gear. So, but you don't want to become reliant on that all of a sudden you actually need a card to play well. It does seem to kind of rally them a bit, which was, so that's my thing. Well, we can talk about Tom Curry's decision and as well as then, the other two head contacts, the Chilean captain Sigrin and then obviously Jesse Kriel, but we'll chat about that a bit later.
Yeah, sure. We'll just finish up these weekend games. Safriki, thank you for everyone who's online and watching us today. Safri Kiwi. Well, looks like they've got a multinational or multi-support.
Safri Kiwi's comment.
Yeah.
There's better be a long show because we need like an hour to talk about the Bok team. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Yeah, and also that Talia is also a Safri. Maybe this is Mark Talia. Is this you, Mark Talia? Because he says Talia is half Safri and half New Zealand as well. So maybe Talia's trolling us, because he also says New Zealand can still win it. To be honest, it's definitely Mark Talia giving us a bit of a troll. But yeah, you're right there. You can't write off.
That's my boy.
You can't. I mean, Forms is going to say that New Zealand aren't in this World Cup. They were still favourites pre-opener, right? I think maybe France just came in, but it really has opened it up quite a lot. And also, Mario, thanks for your comments. All. She says Razor isn't going to make a difference. I disagree there. I think Razor is going to make a difference. I think we're going to see a better All Black side, a top 3 international side again, because they do have the players, and when they have it's just strange in New Zealand. They always used to say their third team could basically beat everyone, right? But now they really need their top players. But
hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Just quickly before we move on to the books and controversies of the weekend, any other games? I think Wales-Fiji is worth touching on, right? I think that was probably the game of the weekend. I don't know what you guys want to have a quick run around, but yeah, I again called Wales. I just think Wales, when they're up, I think that Muntz was too big of a loss for Fiji. And I also think Wales, I know Fiji came back, but let's be honest, Wales were probably checking out already when they know they shouldn't have. But I don't know, what's your guys' thoughts? Did you think Fiji should have deserved to hold on that ball at the end there, Reza, and get over and break Wales' hearts and get everyone excited?
I think that the fact that they had to be in their position in the first place, where there's a desperate play right at the end, speaks a lot about the fact and to be very honest, I think they're a better team. And I think that they, going on the potential that they've been showing, they probably should never have been in that position in the first place. I mean, that team is pretty poor, that Wales team. It is poor, and there's no other way about it. And, as much as Fiji perhaps don't have the same level of pedigree behind them, it's quite, I think that they probably, like, the point I'm getting to is that they put themselves in that position at the end, Fiji. And so, unfortunately, they can't complain that the rub of the green didn't quite go their way. I hope to see better out of them, though. But it's encouraging that they at least showed the fight right to the end.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll get your thoughts as well. See, Barry, for you, do you think Fiji can beat us? We're going to do some predictions later in the show, so we'll do some round robins of what we think. But while you speak, I'm going to put my camera off and put some lights on, because this professional presenter here just needs to get out of this dark room. So give us your thoughts on Wales and Fiji, and I'll be right back.
No, see you in a bit, Chris. I think for me, guys, I had the privilege of being able to sort of do the watch along for that game, and so that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was the best watch along I've had, because it was just action packed the whole game through. There was never a quiet moment, and I hear what you're saying, Rees, but I think we don't like to talk about the officials and the refs, but I think there was maybe this comes in the controversy later on, but if you look at how many warnings Wales got down in their 22, on the line, cynical infringements, like if you're offside, slowing down the ball on a 5 meter, that's a cynical infringement. It's the same thing as collapsing a maul, so it's very similar to that. And then the Fijians go down and they commit one infringement and they get a yellow card. And this was not the only case. It was just the most blatant, of time where we saw it. So I
didn't have the privilege of watching as much of the game as you did. Do you think that it's more? I mean, did they have despite the decisions that went against them? Do you think that they should have closed it out? I guess that's more where I was heading with it.
Yeah, I think for Fiji to be able to come back into that position, given the numerous calls made against them, or calls that didn't go their way, I think is really impressive, and speaks more about the Fijian like temperament. I'm going to use that word a lot this week. Where the Fiji of old might have just gotten a bit emotional and dropped their heads and got out the game and reverted to the old. But we saw this, what I've been talking about, this more consistent Fiji, where they're making the right decision more often than not. And for me, that's what makes a good team, and even a great team, is how often can you make the correct decision. You can't make the correct decision every time. The teams will make the wrong decision. Players will make the wrong decision. You get in a heated moment. But the Fiji now we see are making the smart higher rugby IQ decisions, which I think is really impressive. And so I still see them with a chance in this to qualify.
Yeah, and Rudes, I don't know what you feel as well. Are you also, there was high optimism with Fiji, right? And they ended up feeling like giving them Wales a good game. How do you feel went from? Do you think they obviously were outdone, but do you think they possibly should have won? And again, how do you see them rolling out the rest? Do you think I know we will do predictions, but how do you see them rolling out against Australia?
Yeah, I agree with Wes when he says Fiji have got obviously a new structure to them. They're not only the flair, they've got the brains. I just think it's an uphill battle now against Australia. So they were looking to set a platform and at least challenge for second spot in the group. I think overcoming Eddie Jones might be a step too far. I don't think there's reason we can't believe and hope, but I think we're going to be living on a hope with that one. The Wales game was there for the taking, and I think in the last moment it was just the rub of the ball, the moisture, and just unlucky for Fiji there. The question would remain, though, if they did score that try, would they have kicked the kick over? So it wasn't a guarantee, it was an opportunity, but I think the Australia game is just a slight push too far, although I'd love to see some more exciting rugby from Fiji.
Yeah, but Fiji are fun to watch, aren't they? And now they have improved some of the kind of basics, you want to call it, discipline and structures of the game. They are even more interesting to watch. I'm not going to touch on any other games. We'll go to the books next. But any other games besides the books you guys have any comments on? You want to say anything?
Just
Funny.
very
I
briefly,
think
How
yeah.
Ireland ran, or the guy, yeah. No,
Go ahead, Wes. Yeah, all yours.
shot
yeah,
crew.
wait.
No, I was just gonna just compliment the Chileans on having what I thought was a great start to their Rugby World Cup or their debut. You know, so I mean they did get put down quite heavily towards the end there. However, they came out and just again the level of rugby they demonstrated and played. I mean, to be on such a big stage in their first game, I thought it was it was fantastic to see the Chileans coming out and having another new side in a Rugby World Cup. So yeah, my hats off to them.
Yeah, and also for the
Uh,
minnows bet for. Sorry, Ariza.
I think, sorry, my only other game of note was probably obviously the Ireland game. I think great to see Johnny Sexton back. I don't think anyone needs to read too much about it. He obviously had quite a performance there, but it is quite a poor Romania side. But I do wonder. I suppose we'll get into when we do our predictions whether having the softer game first is a benefit or a hindrance. We've gotten over one of our big ones first in Scotland, which we'll get into in a second. I feel that stands us in better stead going into the rest of our group, that we've overcome one of our challenges already. For them, their tournament hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, in terms of the minnows, it was quite exciting. And if you were a betting man and actually were brave enough to bet it, the Chileans scoring first and the Romanians scoring first, if you put that in a double, we could have all packed up or quit and join Wednesday in Botswana and our own safari lodge. But yeah, I mean, it was quite exciting to see the guys,
Yeah.
have a good we'll start off that well, but obviously it is, let's face it, men versus boys at the end of the day. I really did enjoy Chile's endeavor. I did. They gave Japan a hard game. They had to really fight their way into that game, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do the betting segment brought by Boyle Sports. Myself truly. You've been ticking along nicely on the show. I'll just bring in the slide as we usually do. So yeah, again, we had another nice week last week. 2 winners that I gave out last week. We had the France versus New Zealand second half higher scoring that ended up winning kind of comfortably-ish, but yeah, it won, so it was good. Take it home. And Georgia's last try at the end, they also brought in this bet. But a win's a win, and we move on. We move forward.
Yeah.
And we on to 17 wins, 10 losses on the win-loss record. We up edging up to 20 units on this since we started the segment, and where we operate in a lovely 54% return on investment. Take that any day. You're doing well. Let's say if you're at 20%, you're doing really well. So take that. Because we're early in the week, I wanted to see more teams, and the early games are too much of a mismatch and too many big caps going on there for me to get too much involved yet at the moment. But yeah, there it is. I'm saying that the cap is 22.5 for Japan against England. I just think England almost could be a false positive, that Argentina game. I think Japan should give this England team a decent run. I'll be surprised if England do run away from Japan. So I would have probably capped this around 15. So we'll give out 1 punt. We'll add this to the record. We'll do Japan plus 22.5. I think that's a couple points too much. So we'll see how we do with that again. Next week. So now we'll move on to the books. I think before we get to next week in the team, let's go through the game. Let's talk about South Africa versus Scotland, right? I mean, was it 15 points at the end? Victory, a couple of points higher than what the bookies were thinking. Restricting Scotland to 3. Yeah, sure, great defense, but I think Scotland also didn't do themselves any favors at times as well. So is it a dominant book performance that everyone is happy with, or do we think that there are still some issues there? Scotland didn't arrive, and there's possibly still some weaknesses, if you want to call it, that possibly teams could expose. Or are we happy? Riza, how are you feeling? Where do you think that how do you think that went, and where does that leave us?
So I was fortunate enough to obviously be in our live fan park, and it was. I interviewed a couple of people, and obviously they were quite festive and enjoying themselves. But so the enthusiasm and the confidence for the books was quite high. And I couldn't help but think to myself while I was doing those interviews that I'm not entirely sure that I'm actually happy with the way that they closed out that game. I was hoping that we would come away with the bonus point there. I think we had just over 22, 23 minutes or something like that in which to get that third try. And it was maybe slightly concerning, if I had to really be nitpicky about the performance, that they weren't able to create really many chances in that last quarter to kind of do that. I was hoping that they'd push a bit harder for it. From a defensive point of view, an incredible performance, and it's the kind of thing that we've come to expect from the Boks in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, pre-2019. So it's very solid. I think we take it. We don't moan too much. I hope that bonus point doesn't come back to haunt us. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with it though. I liked the composure shown. I think perhaps if I had to pick apart an area of concern for me was maybe in the centers. Dielendi and Creel didn't quite ever look like they were threatening much, in my opinion. And I think that's probably one of the areas of concern.
Yeah, I could possibly agree. Rudes, I'm going to come into your beloved Boks. I think you're predicting a 52-60 point win. I'm only kidding. I know you're expecting or hoping a nice big Bok win there. I thought it would be closer, so it was probably about right. But I mean, we can't ever really be disappointed. We shut an international team down to 3 points. But how do you feel, Rudes? How do you feel the game went?
So for me, obviously, the first half was a very tight affair. I think that the Springboks were still getting into gear. I think once those traffic lights start working in the second half, the guys started to also get their peripheral vision going. But no, I think for the sake of individual players, there were some standouts. Collectively, I think we still got to put it all together. It will be interesting to see post-Romania. Obviously, we're going to touch on that, but what sort of team they want to put together for the Ireland game, because there were some concerns in areas. I think our defense is solid. I think Ireland's going to battle with that, any team for that matter. And I think we just overpowered Scotland in that game in the second half. So our bomb squad is still relevant. I know Reza mentioned now the centers were a problem. I want to agree with him and also say that I'm not sure if it was an instruction to get the ball to Delende and he go route one again. But I think that route one is 2019 and we've moved on from there. So I'd possibly like to see a switch in the centers. And then the last cause for concern, I know I've mentioned it before. I've forgiven him. He's an amazing player and we need him at fly-off. But I think the indication with Faf de Klerk being on the bench for this Romania game might be an indication that they want to take the kicking duties away from Manie Lebok for the Ireland game so that he can focus on doing what he does absolutely best and give those duties to Faf de Klerk. That's my opinion. But great win. I think it puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Sorry, Chrissy. I just want to just quickly. I think that I'm getting hacked in the comments here. But I just want to be very clear. I am very much saying that my problem with the centers at the moment is that as a combination, they're not creating a lot of opportunities. Dielendi will always go forward. Everyone knows that. But whether that really moves and creates opportunities for the players outside him all the time is not always the case. And so, if he's creating that space and there's a game plan post those crash balls, sure, no problem. But I do agree with everyone. On defense, they were fantastic, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But I think that you go Moody, you go Esterhuizen, I think they've been creating a lot more opportunities than the Dielendi Creel combo.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Well, that's what I want to ask. So if you had to pick a team, say we play in Ireland next week, Rudes and Reza, who's your center combination then? Rudes
Ireland.
or Reza?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Can we
Who's
leave that
12
one
and
to Wiz?
13? Where's Rudes? Do you want to have? You did mention the center comment. Would you change them? Who? And if you did, who would you? Would you bring in Esterhuizen? If Moody was available, would you bring in Moody?
Yeah, I like the
DW
Esterhuizen
as well?
because I think he's got that ability with his physical. He's got that ability with his physical prowess to go forward, but also he's got the soft hands. So that's going to allow the opportunities for Kane and Moody outside and Kurtley Orange. So possibly Esterhuizen at 12 at least.
All right, and Camp Creel still at 13, yeah. All right, Wes, on to you, my man. How do you feel it went? Obviously, guys have made their comments. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was proper nervous at the end of the first half. Was it, I think 6-3 we went in, and I think we came out hard in that first 20 minutes, and we were looking good. And I think, you know, we looked like we had showed up to play, and we were playing some good rugby, and we were attacking with pace. And Scotland were there matching us, you know, bit for bit, and we just couldn't quite crack through. And then our scrum started to struggle. I mean, I had to pinch myself and check what reality I was in, and, you know, Doctor Strange and the multiverse, whatever was going on. I had to
so weird.
Where I was, because it was just so odd. And so, yeah, I went into the half not feeling great, you know, still obviously, I think, backing the boys, believing we could win, but I was, a bit concerned. And then second half came in, and again, we came out with that intensity. And I think it was a combination of that, our fitness potentially, as well as then the bomb squad, as Rudy mentioned. And I mean, Ox, Mganami came on, and Trevor. So, you know, I mean, and they just said, right, we got this, and the Scots couldn't hang with those three, which is interesting, because they I think were the starting front row not so long ago. I know there's been injuries and a bit of this and that, but they were the choice front row. So I wonder if we might see a shift there, or because they were so effective off the bench, do they remain part of the bomb squad and then to have that effect? And once we started getting sorry, Chris, which is the last thing, once we started getting our forward momentum and our scrums, and we started winning that, then things opened up for us. And I'll touch on the center stuff lastly. Yeah, I do think that if we played Ireland, I probably would choose Damien and Jesse. I think that despite them not creating opportunities or potentially being as go forward as an Esterhuizen and Moody combination, we still managed to beat a good team, the 5th ranked team in the world, by 15 points. And so we can create opportunities elsewhere. Obviously, ideal if we use the centers to make better ground, but I think given their defensive structure and the fact that we can still exploit teams elsewhere, I'd probably back those two. It'll be very interesting to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, guys, I mean about the bomb squad, right? I mean, it's all about the last 20 minutes, and it has been for the Bucks for a long time, but the last 20 minutes was one of the worst 20 minutes of international rugby I've seen in a long time by both sides. There were mistakes, given away penalties, mistakes all across the park. I thought we got those 2 tries, we were going to kick on. I thought we were going to kick on and score another 2 tries, and we didn't do it. The bomb squad didn't. I mean, we regained control of the forwards. That was what we had to do, number one, for sure. But we didn't run it. We didn't kind of. I thought we would take it away from them, and I don't know if you guys feel is that something to worry about again, or is it one test, one next, that test done in the bag, and we move forward, and the bomb squad does its job again next time out? Reza, what do you think?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, people forget that we are pundits. We are there to pick apart the good and the bad. And while we are saying that it would have been, and I mean, I fully agree with you, it would have been absolutely great to see them kick on. We also understand the rigors of professional rugby, and it's not a bad Scotland team. And I'm sure that they will, if Rassie and Jacques are sitting there in the dugout having a cup and said, "Hey guys, fantastic game. That was like a little bit concerned about this because they always have something to work on. And that's all we're saying, is that if you've got to pick something that they probably should have done better, is maybe just close the game out completely. And there was a target, a tangible milestone in that bonus point that was very much within their reach that they weren't able to get. So if they were looking at something to improve on, I think that would be the thing for them.
Yeah, that was what I thought, that the first half would have bothered us a lot, and we would have come out with a massive bean up on it and a kind of a point to prove. Even though we were kind of we didn't look like losing. That's really, okay. We'll talk about the card. Would have a Creel red card affected the game? I don't know. We can talk about that later. But I was a little bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen us squeeze the life out of Scotland and at least get another try, But both teams were making the mistakes, and the turnovers were coming, but yeah, that's how it was. But let's move on to the weekend, and let's actually start. The book squad was announced today. Very,
Chris,
very
I just
interesting.
can I add something there?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man. Yeah.
I think on a serious note, the loss of Eben Etzebeth early on also flattened us a little bit. We didn't anticipate losing such a leader and an aggressive man, always attacking the gain line, cleaning the rucks. So I think that definitely influenced things in a way. And then on a lighter note, just coming back to the fly-off, I heard someone say that if you know how to Tokyo drift, then parallel parking shouldn't be a problem. So that's just for Mani Lebok and just the fun.
Never heard that one
I
before,
like that,
but I do
Roots.
like
I
it.
like
Yeah,
that,
good
Roots.
one,
Yeah.
Roots. You picked your moment there and you delivered. I appreciated that one. But just on the book, and I'm not I know we've had our conversation, but look, I'm a book man. You guys know this, and we can bang on about his kicking, but when that boy needs to kick 3 points in a big game, he's gonna put it over, right? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Let him do his razzmatazz and his no looks, and he's gonna kick backwards with his bum or something. Let him do it all, and we'll be fine. So he'll be fine. Let's back him. So
I mean, if you heard Siya Khaleesi's I mean, it was all over the
Press
internet
conference.
about how he defend Mani. He makes a very good points. It's just like, he does everything else in the game almost to perfection. And just because it's such a visceral thing, kicking, that you see quite clearly that it's quite a target on his back, unfortunately. But I think he needs to. I think he needs to get the benefit of the doubt. He's really been playing fantastically well. He'll fix that. He'll fix it. Sure.
I agree. He can kick.
Sure.
Yes, it's not the averages we want, right? Just sorry, Wes, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, sorry, mate. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, guys, let's go onto the team. I would say we got some changes there. I think Roots, I'll start with you, mate. I don't know what you feel with we also quite very interesting with the scrum offs. Everyone was like, why the hell do we have 4 scrum offs in the squad? Well, here we go, boys. I think maybe the craziness has revealed itself. But Roots, I'll give you first stab here. What is your first impressions of the squad and how they're going to go against Romania? Obviously, we are anticipating a very comfortable win, aren't you? But what are your thoughts?
So for me, it's obviously a lot of changes. I think it's a squad rotation thing as well. I mean, it's not a normal thing to see 4 scrum offs in a starting 23. But I think the versatility of those scrum offs counts in our favour. So if things happen where we perhaps, I'm just, for example, saying we need to do a 7-1 split, where can those scrum offs fit in potentially on the wing like we see Grant Williams now? So what will also be interesting for me is to see which players from this match actually then stay behind and form part of the Ireland game. We think of a guy like Jean Klein with so much Irish experience. Will he factor in, or are these players just obviously rotating, as I mentioned? For me, South Africa are going to absolutely trample Romania. If I look at 1 to 23, there's experience, there's excitement. It's interesting, though, as I mentioned earlier, Damian Willemse at 10 with no Mani Lebok, who would then take over the kicking duties in the second half after Clerk. Do you then give him the opportunity in the Ireland game to actually take that away from Mani Lebok? And as Riza mentioned, let him do what he does absolutely best,
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one. I mean, I think the bookies again are saying a 70-point win. Is this change team, considering Ireland with a full strength team beat them by 70 odd, just under 80. So with 10 more points, do you think this team goes past 70 points margin over Romania, this team we put out? Or do you think that the combos are just too fresh and too unknown, and maybe it's going to be a bit closer than that? What do you think, Roots?
I think for me, the South African bomb squad again in the second half will be just too much for Romania. I think we've played them on one occasion, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the second time playing against us. It just wears off on you, like they mentioned. It's a slow poison, and I think there's still enough in the back line to be dynamic enough to score 10 tries at least.
Yeah. Ariza, any surprises? Yeah, I think we probably were absolutely expecting a change team, weren't we? I'm not so sure about some of the combos. I mean, obviously Reina holds the dirt trackers together. Of course he does. He always has. He always has. Even and then
Chris.
and what do you think? I mean, well, Grant Williams is there on the wing, and I think that's a big reason why there possibly were 4 scrum halves, right? So what do you make of the team?
I actually think probably my biggest issue here is actually with the bench, perhaps. I'm reading there's 2 things that I'm reading into here. I see Kobus starting at scrummy. I see Jaden on the bench. And it tells us a lot, maybe it doesn't tell us a lot about which one of them's higher in the pecking order. And with Grant on the wing, it tells me nothing. I really don't know who is in the mind of the Springbok coaching staff, as if they were to choose a second scrummy to start, who's it going to be? And I mean, going off this, you would think that they're trying to give Kobus time in that role, and really it's Jaden and Grant that probably need it most. But having said this, that's the one concern I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with what they've done, but it's they've obviously got a plan, and maybe we're just not privy to it. The other thing is obviously Damien at 10. I would have liked to have seen, I'm sure Ruz will agree with me, maybe even Wes, is that Mani I would have liked to have seen him still get some time here. I think that he's riding a very high run of form at the moment, and he is a confidence player. And maybe he would have liked the opportunity to have a second half, maybe 30 minutes off the bench, to just kind of bang some kicks, express himself a little bit, and just kind of keep riding the form that he's in. So that's, if I was to be very picky about this, that's it. Oh, and Vincent Koch as well with the start there. After seeing the Trevor Bongi Ox combination, I thought that maybe they would have liked to give them again a sense of continuity, and maybe Vincent off the bench for the second half. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I still think that we probably put over 60 on them.
Yeah. Wes, obviously running on the back of those guys' comments, what do you feel? What do we make of Williams at 14? Because like you say, like it would have made more sense. That I agree with Reese's comments there. Give Williams a run at 9, and even Hendrickson could have got it. But what are you going to do with Hendrickson and Faf on the bench? I'm very interested to see what they want to do. Do you have any ideas what these coaches are thinking? Wes, what do you think's going on here?
I mean, if you start to try and get into the mindset of a man who unfollows everyone on Twitter except for the one team they're going to play for that week, you can lose yourself in the weeds. Before I get wrecked in the comments, I know it's X, but whatever. So no, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's exciting. I think it's unknown. I think these guys are innovators, and I think with that comes risk, and it might not work or it might come off. Like with the 7-1, we've seen how they've deployed that, and it's worked in our favor this time. And so it'll be very interesting to see with their choices. Like again, these decisions I don't think are sprung on the guys. They're not. The guys don't find out who's starting where when we do, obviously the public. So there will be conversations with the team and saying, hey, okay, why do we do this? They've run these combinations in practice. They've tried these, and clearly they've seen something. They think, hey, this could potentially work here. And they're thinking combinations down the line. I mean, what if, touch wood, everyone finds some wood right now and touch it, because what if Lebok does go down and is ruled out the rest of the World Cup, and Pollard's not there, blah, blah, blah. Like, what about all that? Then Willemse is going to need to slot in at 10. So let's get him in there with as much time as possible. So, look, this is going to be my first BOK watch-along, so I'm super excited.
Oh,
and
nice,
very privileged to have this opportunity, which I can't wait to do. So I'm looking forward to
No pressure. It's just 350,000 people.
Well, let them come, right? If you build it, they will come. Please come join us and watch the box dismantle Romania.
And Wes will bring the ladies, so it's up to 500 this weekend. Let's go, boy.
Stuff.
Yeah. No, but that's exciting, man. That's exciting for me. I'm looking forward for that for you, man. That's really, really gonna be good. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do predictions, but while we're on the books, I mean, I think we all know the books are gonna win, right? Are we gonna do a round robin of predictions? Anyone fancy Romania on the weekend? Yeah.
Okay, that's just a waste of fan forum time, Chris. Really.
Yeah, but what margins
what
are
I
we going
thought.
by? Because I think you guys
That's
brought
what
up
I
a good
thought.
point about like, it was a full island strength team who got then about just 70 odd or just over 70. So what do we think for margins? Do we think, as you said, Chris, it was a good point, because this is a new combination, fresh combination side. Can we put 40, 50 plus, or will it be a bit scrappy and maybe a 20 plus game?
I think if you look at 40, 50 plus, just to jump in there, Chris, I think that
Go for
is
it,
a scrappy game. I think that is a scrappy game. I think a
Okay.
good performance is 60 points plus. I think a scrappy game is 40 to 50 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we don't know if you want to add anything there. I think 70 points is about right. I think maybe we'll be just short. I don't know. It'll be the second half, won't it? It's a lot about the second half with these Minnow teams, of how much they got left to hang on, Rudes. But I know you said,
Yeah, I'm going with South Africa 77. That's 11 tries, but only 8 conversions. So the final score 71. Romania are going to get 1 consolation try, so 71-5.
all right.
So
Yeah.
you get that right, I'll buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you drink, buddy.
Well, that's actually what we are.
And then I say Romania to score a try. I think we're going to give them a try in the 80th minute, just because we don't want them to Romania.
Oh, gee, Rudes is so full of it, eh? So full of it, this evening, eh? Nice, Rudes. Yeah, well, actually, we'll say we want to talk on to contribute. What quite a big talking point of the weekend was the cards, right, and the decisions, and we've gone through this many times. I think we all agree that we want to protect the players and we should protect the players. So there's all these rules in to do that. We also don't always want to criticize the referees, but they brought in to man this, right? And they've been heavily criticized when they've had to make decisions on the field. So in brings the bunker system, and we think that's all going to sort it out. However, we've almost got 3 identical collisions and 3 completely different outcomes, guys. It is not, I don't think it's acceptable. I'm not going to put it on the refs because we are humans, but it's not working, right? I'll start with you, Reza. What are your thoughts on those collisions for one, and the decisions that were made, and what do you think actually, where do we go from here? Do we have to just ride this out and hope it improves, or do we change? Do we have to simplify it? What do you think?
I do feel for the refs in this case quite a bit, because the card situation is actually quite ambiguous. The punishments, though, for cards that are, well, let's go first with play that is dangerous. That is the one reason for citation, and 2 is contact with the head, right? And so you can have a reckless play, and contact with the head is there after a aggravating factor. In fact, when you're looking at penalties over and above cards, because I don't want to go too much into the cards, I'll let one of the other boys do that. But those scenarios where they look into post game, there's been no consistency at all. It says there that they should get, I think it's a minimum, a mid-level is a minimum 6 game ban. And we saw even before the World Cup started that simply just isn't happening. There's a whole bunch of reasons that they're offering up as, this is mitigation, and this is aggravation, and this is just, we're just keeping quiet on it. This is just the punishment we're giving out, and no one seems to know what the standard is that they're working off anymore. And I find myself very frustrated at what's going on. And you know what, if it had been consistent throughout, and even the Creel card, if it had been consistent throughout and he was given a card for it, I'd be sitting here going, yeah, no lacquer, shot, 100%, we move on. But that isn't the case. And so you can understand other nations, when it goes against them, are rightfully up in arms at the moment.
Yeah, Wes, I'll move on to you because I know you wanted to comment the Creel. Let's talk about the Creel. I mean, I think do you feel that what should have that outcome have been? What do you feel it should have been? I know it wasn't. It was obviously not even looked at. Do we even know if it's cited as well? But secondly, also, I mean, what do you feel? Because for me, how come us as the public can see it and go, okay, that's obvious. Why are we as non-professional referees not getting paid to make decisions? Seemingly can make the decision. Like, what do you think is going on? It's the same for VR and football, right? You see some very dubious and weird contentious. So we just brought more human error. Let's add on some more human error, and let's be happy with two wrongs make a right. Like it's very odd. What do you think there, Wes? What first with the Krill incident and all of it? What do you feel?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, but I'm going to just try keep it as simple as I can. So we saw obviously Tom Curry with a sort of upright in the tackle, head-on-head contact, no real mitigation, got the yellow card, which I think is definitely the correct call, to the bunker for the review. And I think the ref made the right call there. Fine. And then you go to the TMOs, and again, they judged that there were no mitigation factors, and so that could be upgraded to a red. And I think it's a harsh call, but I think it's a strict or a reading of the laws, like as they are. This is what it is, and it's a red card. So I think you can't be too cross with that, because you can go, okay, I can see how they got there, so I get it. But then you had Martin Sigrin, the captain for the Chilean side, doing almost the exact same thing as Tom Curry, and got a yellow card, got reviewed. So cool, the ref did the right call there. But then it goes to the bunker system, and it's deemed that it's going to remain a yellow. So all of a sudden you're thinking, wait a second, how can that be? If you look at them side by side, I think it's almost the exact, like, identical tackle. So for public, I think what the players are after as well, what I think they're desperate for, is give us the reasons why. So you said there's no mitigation, but then why was this one? What's different? Show us the difference. It's like the office meme where Pam says, corporates asked us to pick out the two, spot the difference between these images, and there isn't one. It's like we need to know what's going on. And then Jesse Creel, again, the ref, I'm not going to blame the ref because there's so much going on in a game. They've missed it. But this comes to the TMO. I mean, we've seen, this is the most involved, I think, TMOs and VAR and bunkers and whatever's been involved. So how do you miss that? Is it the directors, the TV directors? Again, I don't know how it all works in the operation room, but surely someone saw it. Well, clearly someone did see it, because the ITV commentary team would not shut up about it. And again, rightly so, because if it was happening to us, we would be, I can tell you there, Nas Twitter would be absolutely fuming in the SuperSport studio. I mean, it would just be unbelievable. So again, it comes down to that. We just want consistency as players, as fans, as sportsmen and women. You want consistency, and what that breeds, I think, is actually then safer conduct, because if players don't know what they can and can't do, then you have this sort of weird gray zone. So
Well,
totally
I mean, the one thing you can't do is have contact with the head. It's just about what is the correct punishment for different severities of,
Sorry, I'm there with you, and I agree. I think if I was to look at all those situations, I think all of those are red cards. Looking at a strict interpretation of the rules, I think they're all red.
Yeah, I agree with where they are today, right? But let's say this whole head thing. But guys, you've got to remember, we play in rugby, yeah, right? We've all played the game. Head contacts happens in every single game, no matter what, if it's intentional or not, it happens, right? I know so let's go to you, Root. So that's what I'm saying. Do you think the onus is much more on the players, because it is happening in every game? I mean, in a rugby high-speed collision, when you got split seconds to make a decision, and the head contact is going to happen no matter what, is it still on the onus on the players, or do they actually, is that the mitigation? We say maybe it is lowered, because we are seeing red cards for what for me is accidental head contact that you can't prevent. And also, like Safriki makes a point, I was going to make it with you. Do you feel these refs need to be on loudspeakers on the stadiums, talking through the reasons and why they made a decision? So 2 questions there: how much of it on the players to actually not have their head contact, and do you think that maybe refs actually been heard at the grounds? Could that make a difference?
I think for me, the refs obviously have a tough job in as much as these sort of decisions. But in my opinion, it's like there's a sense of a frenzy that's or euphoria that's overcome the referees. They've been given a mandate, and all of a sudden they're making the decisions in that moment of frenzy, basically like from the worst possible scenario that they'll go to that first. So they'll go. I know they talk about mitigating factors, but if I look at a referee, to explain my point, I think it's Wayne Barnes from England. He's always of the notion that obviously contact that's deemed foul play, he will start at the very bottom being a yellow card, and then at a point where it is a red, he'll make that decision. But I think for the moment, the mitigating factors are not really apparent to me. It's like frenzied decision based on moments where it's split seconds, where you have to decide you must now drop your angle and tackle, where the person who's attacking you's hip is much more likely to knock you out as well than your ability to perhaps stand up in the tackle, you know. So sometimes I think the physical contact thing, we mustn't get away from the fundamentals of rugby and spoil it with these sort of nuances in the laws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Can I?
If I, sorry,
Yeah, I think we've also.
Yeah, go guys.
sorry,
Okay, you go first.
if I could just very quickly, I think that it's a bit of an aside to the card thing. It's just that the experiment that was had with the 20-minute red card rule and then replaced with another player was one that was quite interesting to me, because I feel like that takes pressure off a referee to make that red card. You know, if they suspect it's within the definition of the rules, give the red card, because it doesn't totally ruin the game. You know, it's 20 minutes off for that player, and then they're allowed to replace him afterwards with somebody else. I think that rule probably needs re-looking at. I think that there's some tweaking perhaps that needs to be made there, but I think that it takes the pressure off the referee to make those hard calls, especially when they're unsure. If their first instinct is it's within the rules, I think it's a red card, then give the damn card and let's move on with the game. But yeah, that's something to add to the conversation.
Add on that, Riza, it's like we want to see, or I would like to see, a scenario where the World Cup, there are more yellow cards. We don't want to see any red cards for that matter. And perhaps a scenario where if you build up 1 or 2 yellow cards, you suspend it for the next game. We're losing the basics of it by bringing in the red card bunker system, etc. I think it's complicating a scenario that could be quite simple. So in other words, let's just see more yellow and less red.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Your ways, I think you wanted to also chime in some last comment
Yeah,
there.
I mean, we could be here, you know, and talk about this for about an hour by itself. But I think 2 things, and then I promise I won't say any more about it. But I think one, I agree with you guys in terms of, and it was brought up in the comments as well on one of the watch-alongs this weekend. I don't agree with watching things in slow motion all the time. So I think you should use slow motion to identify where contact was made. So you use slow mo to see, okay, there is contact on the head. Cool. So we've got a head contact. Or if you're not sure, you know, it's kind of like when in cricket, when the ball goes past the bat and it's kind of close, it's like, right, can we get ultra edge just to see? So you use slow motion just to see, okay, was there where contact was made? Then I think when referees and the TMO in the bunker or whatever they are, they then need to watch the incident in real time, not slow down, because you know there's contact with the head. So you need to watch it at the time that the player had to adjust to the decision. And I think that will give them a more realistic understanding then of could the player realistically get out of position. I will just say though, for Creel, Curry, and Sigrin, they were all bad tackles. They were all in the wrong position. They were never going to make effective tackles. They were all upright, high. That's a bad tackle. I don't know about you, Oaks. We say we all played rugby. I was never taught to tackle like that. They were all upright. Like it's just yeah.
But have you never gone into we've all at some point gone into guys a little bit shorter. The games we've all gone in high at some point, not deliberately. At some point, the angles of the tackle, what's happening. I'm not, you know what I mean. For me, my last shot, I just feel those type of incidents are at the moment, yes, red by letter of the law. Now all three were red. However, for me, some of these incidences are too strict. These rules are too strict for the incident. I think we need to strip it back a little bit. Some of those things are not red card offenses. In a game of rugby, that's not a red card offense. But we are where we are, so that's my loss. So
but if you talk about no, so I was going to add two. And
go.
I already said one, but I was going to talk about then if you say in the game of rugby. Because at the end of the day, and I know we hate saying this, but it is a game and people's lives need to carry on after rugby. And there's a real issue with CTE and head collision and concussion and brain damage. Like that's just it. And so if we want people to continue playing rugby and there's a massive fallout in the US of what's going on with football, American football, like parents are not wanting to put their kids into American football because of the CTE. So that sport, might crumble, might not crumble, but what we want to see is rugby preserved. And for me, the core of rugby is not making head contact. I know that's not what you're saying. The biggest tackles I've seen ever made in rugby have been good, low, strong, hard, positive tackles where the head's not even anywhere near the other person's head. So I'm all for the physicality in rugby.
Okay.
I'm 100% there with you, but I do think, sorry.
I agree. So I think with the games, because this has kind of shifted in the last 5 years. So in saying that, I agree. So I'm totally agree. If this embeds all players to be going low all the time, like it becomes this normal habit. But then I guess that's maybe where I'm missing the point. I'm going to see a different game of rugby, not the game of rugby I knew and watched and knew. And it's going to be a different-ish game, right? It's going to be more aerobic. What's the word they call it? So are we prepared to say goodbye to the game of rugby almost as we prepare, because we are changing the rules that much for the good of the person, maybe not the good of the game.
But the
maybe
rules
rugby,
have changed. We 50-22, kicking it directly out into touch, line out, scrum, hold set. Rules have changed.
Chris, I've never looked at a game of rugby where there hasn't. I've never looked at a game where there hasn't been a high tackle and gone, geez, that was a pretty soft game. Like that's never crossed my mind once. Like rugby, when it's done properly, is still hard. It is still aggressive and physical and all of the above. I think if this is the approach you want to take, then I'll send you the Owen Farrell highlight clip again, and you can have some dreams about that.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying it's a high-paced physical game. You're not going to get it out. I'm sorry. You guys might think if you want that, that's fine. There are going to be head contacts every single game, no matter if it's deliberate or not. Maybe the guy's trying to go low or not. It's going to happen. I promise you that. So every game you're going to watch the rest of your life, you'll see a head contact somewhere. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that the rules.
Handballs happen in football in the penalty box. It's a card or whatever the case is, a penalty. So that's it, right? So that's against the rules, and if that happens, then there you go. Anyway,
I know, but we need to protect the players, and I totally agree. I just said just get them set up, but no, because I was going to talk about headgear, right? But you're right. Go to NFL. These guys have state of the art helmets, and these guys, but they get properly slammed to the ground.
Yeah.
So but I mean, you're talking about this might be you guys, maybe people getting upset. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say we should go headbutt each other every game and get dementia. I'm just saying maybe there needs to be laws that everyone needs to wear proper state of the headgear. It's available. So why aren't rugby players putting on headgear if they can use it? Why would they?
No, anyway, because headgear has been proven to just be. It actually makes American footballers go in with worse tackles. Because they've got their headgear on, and it's been shown to not be a deterrent to terrible tackle technique. It's actually one of the worst things for it.
Yeah. Roots, you want to say something? Add one more last. This has gone on 50 minutes. We thought it might do. I should have started it earlier. But yeah. Roots, you got anything else to add before we go into some quick fire predictions before we end the show?
I'm good, my brother. You fire ahead.
Yeah, all right, guys. Let's go to. Yeah, we've gone a little bit over. I apologize, guys, but I hope you guys
That's World
enjoyed
Cup.
that
It's World
theory.
Cup.
And
It's okay.
yeah. So
Oh,
we'll do
yeah.
predictions. Yeah, we'll all have a go. I think there's 8 games, so we'll all have a stab at 2. I will go first as the host because I'm allowed to make that decision. So there we go. France by 50, New Zealand by 60. There we go, easy. And then we'll go around the table as we go with Roots first. Roots will take you to the next games, and that will be Samoa versus Chile and Wales versus Portugal. What's your Samoa Chile prediction?
Samoa 38-12 against Chile, and then obviously, sorry, what's the other game? Portugal?
Wales, Portugal.
Sorry, Wales by 50 at least. So 53-3.
Wales by 50. Okay, the bookies have got them 30. So you thinking they got that very wrong? Then it's a heavy Wales victory. Yeah, I also think Wales should be putting them by 50 as well. Wes, we'll move on to you. Wes, we've got Ireland, Tonga. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I mean, we know the Tongans love the World Cup, and I remember when we played them last in the World Cup pool game. So, I think the Irish do come out on top. Obviously, I'm going to say Ireland by about 20 points. So, yeah, I'd say Ireland by 20.
Yeah, the bookies got there by 30, so it just shows you how it's these games that we not used to seeing, how it's hard to kind of match them, right? Even though we know it's going to be a dominant wins, but by how much, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then, we've got you in the South African game. You did give it earlier, but what's the margin in the South African game?
Yeah, I was
buddy, commit.
torn. I know. You boys are saying big margins, but I do think like maybe potentially some of the combinations could be new. But I think if you just look at how star-studded the back line is and the power of the forwards. So I'm going to say South Africa by 65.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. Yeah. And Riza will put you on probably the best, they're leaving the best games for last for us this weekend, really teasing us this weekend, even though they are big games, but they are going to be quite interesting to watch. Australia, Fiji. How do you see that one?
Oh man, you've given me sure. I'll tell you what, I want to go with Fiji, but I think that Australia probably takes some heart from that first win, and I think Fiji will be quite demoralized. So I'm going to go Aussies by 10.
Yeah, I like that. Also agree. I think Aussies will just be too much. I think they've grown. They would have taken out of that Georgia win, and I still think that if you want to call them tier 1, because I think Fiji might still even be above Australia. I haven't seen the last rankings, but I still think when it comes down to the crunch, at everything equal, to these teams at this level, the better team wins, right? And then England, Japan, Riza, as I say, it's 22 points. I'm calling in England 10-15. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go with an England by 20.
Ooh, close to the. Yeah, you think you build on that win against Oz? You saw enough there.
Yeah, I'm actually. It's more about the Japanese at this point. I think that they aren't actually playing the rugby that they should be at the moment. So yeah, I think it's more down to their performance.
Yeah, fair enough. It could be. We got on the bet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I think it should be 15. So I'm taking the points there on the betting angle. But yeah, I agree with you there. I see some of the comments, guys. Yeah, Josh and Mario, they want us to talk about Marcus' injury. We didn't. I hadn't. I'll be honest. I have been busy all day. I hadn't picked up on that. Just before we end off, does anyone want to comment on it? How is he injured? What's going on there, guys? Because I don't know. So fill me in there as well. What's going on there?
We don't know, right? That's the issue. He's kind of gone off for scans and stuff for an undisclosed injury, so it's all being kept a bit hushed at the moment. Which is not right.
I think the last headline I saw was that apparently it's being touted as minor, but what minor means, in the context of a World Cup is a minor could be 2 weeks out for something, so, and that's quite a lot. But yeah, look, I mean, keep. I'm sure Stevie P, he's going to keep us updated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just keep following the channel, guys. You'll see it here as soon as we know anything. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm interested. What did this happen in the game? I didn't see it. And what is the injury? Do we know what parts of the body? Do we not know anything
I
at this
think I
stage?
saw. I think it's something a knee. I believe. I think
Okay.
it's a suspected ACL something.
All right. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Brings us to the end. Now we're looking forward to another weekend of no matter who's playing. We love it. We always will. And yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, please join into the boys. Stevie P will be in France. So exciting for them and for the channel. Loads of stuff going on around the channel. Give Wes support
France,
on
Uruguay
the
tomorrow
weekend.
night.
France. Are you on? Or who's doing the watch along tomorrow? Is
I'm
it you,
on
Rudes?
Rudy's
tomorrow
doing
from
France, Uruguay.
8:30.
Join Rudes on the watch along tomorrow, and obviously across the channel there will be fan cams and pre-shows and gist for the boys
And
and
don't forget
everyone's.
to make your predictions and your Super Brew and
Yeah,
the
your
fantasy.
Super Brew.
Do all those
fancy
things
team.
and
Yeah,
yeah,
and thanks to
do
Boyle
all that good
Sports,
stuff.
our sponsors, to get on board with us for this journey. If you fancy signing up, get a sign-up bonus with the link in the channel as well. But thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, guys, we'll see you all soon. Cheers.
Thanks,
Thanks, guys.
Chrissy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
All right. Hello, everybody, and we're live. We are live here at Forever Rugby. Oh, no, we're not yet. Hang on. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are here building up to an absolutely huge clash, probably the game of the weekend, between Australia and Fiji. I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it'll be quite a high-scoring game. I imagine there will be a lot of fans and probably the rest of the teams watching this match, as the result of this game will have a big say on who is going through in this pool. Obviously, Fiji trying to bounce back off of a narrow and rather unfortunate loss to Wales. They lost by 6 points, and a lot of contestation from fans and from other players about the referee and penalties, and how Fiji seem to get slightly unfair adjudication from the referee in terms of instant yellow card for them for one mistake, and Wales, who have been on their line for a good 10 minutes and conceded a number of penalties, get nothing. So I think rightfully aggrieved, but I think the Fijian squad looks to put that in the past. They're not challenging World Rugby about it. They're not launching an inquiry into it, which I think is probably the good thing to do, because it wouldn't come to anything, even if it was, even if it is the correct thing for them to do. They're just focusing on the next game at hand. Obviously, big game against Australia and a must-win. If you think about it, for Fiji, they now have to win this game if they want to get out of the pool. Whereas obviously Australia started against Georgia in what was tipped to be a difficult game for them. Georgia they tend to show quite a lot of potential, but just didn't. They misfired hugely in that first game, and Australia ended up kind of winning fairly easily, and which was frustrating for me personally. I wanted Georgia to do a job against Australia, but here we are. So this game is taking place at the Stade Geoffrey Guichard Stadium in Saint Etienne. The refereeing group, head referee of Andrew Brace, assistant 1 and assistant 2 of Jaco Piper and Chris Busby, and the TMO today is Brian McNeese. So quite a few Irish Rugby Football Union referees in this setup, with Jaco Piper from South Africa. So let's take a look at Fiji and Australia, and especially in their last few World Cups and how they've done. They've met each other in the last 2 World Cups, both in 2015 and 2019. They're meeting in Hokkaido in Japan. Australia won that game 39-21. So margin of 18 points. And then in the World Cup before that, which was in Cardiff, the one where England didn't even get out their own pool, Australia won by 15 points, 28-13, which basically means that they've met 3 times in all World Cups, and Australia have won every single game in World Cups. They have played head-to-head 22 times, with Australia winning by far the majority in 19. Fiji have won twice, not for a long time. We'll get to that in a second. And they've had one draw. And so Fiji haven't won against Australia in 69 years. Back in 1954, on tour to Sydney, they beat them at the Sydney Cricket Ground, 18 points to 16. Obviously, back then, point scoring system in rugby, slightly different. As I mentioned, in Rugby World Cups, though, Australia are well ahead as well, winning every single game they've played against Fiji. So 3.3 wins to 0 losses. The highest score between the two at World Cup, at World Cups, it's 55-12, and this was at the World Cup in 2007. The biggest winning margin, which was that game, 43 points. Their previous meetings, the last 3 meetings, they have all been the last 3 meetings in the World Cups have been won by 18 points in the 2019. 2015 was 15 points, and then in 2007 was that rather big 43-point margin back in the last time they played each other in France in a World Cup. They seem to be quite frequently in the same pool. I think the only other team they've played more is Wales, again in the same pool with them this year as well. And I think from the next World Cup we'll see that start to change with how World Rugby are looking to decide the pools, instead of them being drawn essentially very, very close to the previous World Cup, which has come under a lot of scrutiny recently. So in terms of looking at the teams and how they performed throughout their World Cup histories, Australia have a decent record. They've played 54 World Cup matches, won 43 and lost 11. So they have obviously won the World Cup twice, both in 91 and 99. They have finished second twice in 2003 and 2015. They finished third once in 2011, fourth once in 1987, and fifth 3 times, 1995, 2007, and 2019 at the last World Cup. Australia haven't lost their second pool game of a tournament, except for 2, Ireland in 2011 at Eden Park and Wales in 2019. Both were narrow losses by 9 points in Auckland and 4 points in Tokyo. The Wallabies have never lost a Rugby World Cup match against a Pacific Islands opposition, with 3 wins against Fiji, as we mentioned, and 1 against Samoa. So we're going to now quickly break to the squads, and first up we'll have Australia. There we go. That is the Australian team for today. You may have noticed that there's someone very, very integral in the Australian setup and has been for a number of years now, and that is Captain Will Skelton. He is out of the game today, potentially out of Australia's World Cup, and that's a big blow going into this big game. They'll miss his size and his bulk against a rather heavy and powerful Fiji side. But obviously, looking away from that and that team lineup that they've got coming on into the game, I think Angus Bell is going to go really well. I imagine that James Slipper will take over the captaincy, but we'll see that decision come game time. Ben Donaldson had a very good game against Georgia last weekend, scoring a bunch of points. And obviously, Marika Korobesi, what more do you need to say about him? He is world class. I see Nick White comes into the starting lineup, and that is due to the I'm assuming the concussion to what's his name? The 9 who played last weekend. I can't even remember his name. The blonde guy. So Nick White starts. Not the most popular number 9, especially from South African point of view. He's a bit he's a bit nuggety, shall we call him? And Carter Gordon, obviously the youngster, starts at 10. Only out and out 10 in the squad through Eddie Jones. Strong bench, but I would say fairly inexperienced. They've got Rob Liotta on the bench, which I think he will look to make an impact. And Richie Arnold starts ahead in place of Will Skelton. So I think it'll be an interesting game, and Australia won't be able to miss a beat here. They'll have to play very well, and Rob Valentini will probably have a big battle against the Fijian number 8, Viliame Mata. So we'll cut quickly to the Fiji team, and I'll see you in a second. All right, there we go. There is your Fiji team for this huge clash. And I say huge because obviously it's very important in the context of the World Cup and context of the pool, but just the size of some of the players in this match. And looking at that Fiji side, players coming in, most notably Levani Botia, who is who's playing at 7 today, who is also a centre and plays most of his rugby for La Rochelle, I think, at 12. And then, speaking of 12s, Joshua Tuisova, who is the size of a prop 10 years ago, he starts at 12, which brings about probably the most curious and interesting change in Fiji starting lineup, and that is Sami Radraja, has moved to number 11. Now, the way I see that thinking is Mark Nawakina, oh my God, his name is so hard to say, Nawakina Tawase, is playing opposite Radraja, and he's been in good form for Australia. And I think that the Fijian head coach is thinking, let's get someone to neutralize him. And I think that's why Radraja has been moved to number 11, but also to make way for Joshua Tuisova. And that centre pairing of Tuisova and Naithalevu is going to be tasty. Naithalevu is in very good form, and Tuisova almost immediately scored against Wales when he came onto the pitch last weekend. So some really big battles are going to happen in this game. I think the only thing that slightly worries me is that Tetitela is not known as the most fabulous goal kicker. And actually quite a few teams are struggling with that going into and going through this World Cup. Most notably South Africa is struggling with it. And Fiji have always had a minor issue with just not having the greatest of kickers. I seem to remember that when Nemani Nadola was playing, he was the kicker, which and he wasn't bad, but he wasn't, up in your 85, 90%er. So just as we get ready to go into the game, we are going to run a quick promotional video of Forever Sports and our journey in France at the World Cup. So take a look, guys. And there you have it, the Forever Sports, or the Forever Rugby part of Forever Sports Tour de France World Cup 2023. Stevie was at the South Africa game where South Africa completely blew away Romania with two players getting hat tricks, almost Reinach almost scoring his fastest hat trick at a World Cup. And obviously Makazole Mapimpi getting another hat trick as well. But we are now live on the pitch, looking at Pool C and what this game means to the pool. Obviously, Wales, 2 bonus point victories, both games making it actually quite hard for themselves. But they are on 10 points. Australia have the bonus point victory against Georgia, sitting on 5 points. And Fiji, the double bonus point loss to Wales, sitting on 2 points. So they will want to take a bonus point, hopefully a bonus point victory away from this game to get them above Australia and onto 7 points. But whole game of rugby to play St Tidlin, and Australia will have something quite strong to say about that. So the teams are about to head out of the changing rooms, and I thought we'd quickly run through the teams again. So we've got Australia, Angus Bell, David Parecki, James Slipper, Nick Frost. Will Skelton is out of the team and has been replaced by Richie Arnold in the second row. Tom Hooper, Fraser McWright, and Rob Valentini, and that is your pack. Then you have Nick White, Carter Gordon as the halfback pairing, Marika Korombetti, Samu Karevi, Jordan Bataya, Mark Nawakina Tawase, and Ben Donaldson round out the back line. Jordan Elisi, Blake Shoop, Zane Ngor. I'm not sure who's replaced Richie Arnold just yet. Rob Leota, Isaac Fines Leawasa, Lalakai Fuketi, and Suli Vunivalu, who is Fijian himself. Then on to Fiji, Ironi Maui, Samuel Matavesi, Luke Taji, Izoe Nasila Silla, Te Snurki Daveta, Lakima, Tagi Valu, Lavani Botia, the big man, Viliame Mata, an Edinburgh person, just like me, Simeone Kuruvoli, Teti Tella, Semi Radraja in the back line at wing, Joshua Tusova at 12, Nyasa Levu, captain at 13, Twitter Vinacolo at 14, and Droase at 15, with Ikenavera, Penny Ravai, Misake Doje, Timo Mayan Vanua. Never heard that name before, so I don't know who that player is. Albert Tuisui, Frank Lamani, Bilimoni Botitu, and Vinaya Habosi make up the Fijian bench. The teams are heading out of the sheds now, getting ready to line up for their national anthems. And a reminder of the officiating team today. Andrew Brace is the head referee. Assistant referees 1 and 2, Jaco Paper from South Africa and Chris Busby from Ireland. TMO, Brian McNeese, also from Ireland, as well as so is Andrew Brace, the referee. This game has been played in Saint-Etienne in the Stade Geoffroy Guichard. It's a 5:45 kickoff, both South African and French time. It is Pool C, match 15, and we are now hearing the Fijian national anthem, and that is a stacked team. That Fijian team has so much talent. So much talent, and unlucky not to beat Wales. I was cheering for them all the way, and they should have beaten Wales. I felt like they were a little bit hard done by the referee. So, just as we go through the anthems, quick reminder, like this video and subscribe to the page. Any comments, any score predictions, please chuck them down in the live chat. We will. I will definitely pull out your comments and your chats to discuss them at any breaks that we might have. And lastly, don't forget to look down in our bio for this video and take a look at our sponsors for not only the World Cup but going forwards. BitDefender, quality internet security. Take a look, and also not BitDefender. Hang on, a second. My laptop's getting a bit weird. And BOYLESPORTS, your South African betting company that will give you a welcome bonus of R1,000 and 100% first match deposit. So do check them out and give them our love. We're very grateful to have them as our sponsors. So going into the Australian national anthem, I'm so used to saying Wales from watching the last game, and just these three countries always being in the same pool, it seems. Although I imagine that will change from the next World Cup. There'll be a massive shake-up for pools in the next World Cup due to the new pool deciding system, which I think is needed to change probably for a while. So that's good. The anthems are almost finished now. It's looking like a dry day, not raining in Saint Etienne. Packed out crowd. It's going to be a good game. But we will now get to the Fijian challenge. The Fijian haka, or haka equivalent. Players I think to look out for in the Fijian team, specifically because of their matchups with their Australian counterparts. Mata, I think, will have a big battle against Valatini. I think Nasila Silla will have a really big part to play in this game. He's a quality lock. Ironi Maui actually came through the Saracens. Came through the Saracen squad. Plays his club rugby at Saracens. Really good prop. Really good player. Obviously, the backline is just so stacked. It's hard to choose a. I suppose a player I think will stand out. Obviously, Radraja, Tuisova, Naithalevu, Drawasi. It could be any of them. When it comes to the Wallabies, and that's why I keep saying Wales. When it comes to the Wallabies, I think Carter Gordon will have a good game. I think he's coming into his own. He's doing really well. Obviously, Mark Namakina Tawase is going up against Radraja. Big battle, that one. And then Ben Donaldson, massive point scorer against Georgia last weekend. I think in terms of the benches, I prefer Fiji's. I think Fiji has a huge opportunity to be powerful off the bench. But that being said, the Wallabies do have some decent talent on the bench as well, with Foketi and Vunivalu. And obviously Finis Lalewasa, who is their reserve number 9. So we're almost ready to get going now, and I'm so keen for this game. I think it's going to be the game of the weekend, as it's being kind of pitched to be. Yeah, no Evan H, no Skelton, going to be a big void. You are not wrong. He is a unit. He is absolutely massive, and obviously captain. So that change is going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure that it will be James Slipper as captain. But I think we will find out as the game kind of commences. I imagine there'll be a comment on that. Reza says, "Come on, Fiji," and I am very much in agreement. I would love Fiji to put in a solid performance here and get their first win over Australia in 69 years. Come on, Fiji. You have the size, the talent. You have just everything you need. This is the most consistent you've been, so you need to put in a big shift here and please beat Australia. So game is about to kick off, and it will be Australia to kick off through, I believe, Donaldson. And what a stadium up in Saint Etienne. I think my ITV stream might be slightly behind the play-by-play assessment that we have on the screen, but that's all right. The referee's just waiting to get the game underway. There is Andrew Brace himself. Mostly Irish officiating crew today, except for Jaco Paper from South Africa. And the game is now underway, at least in front of me it is. And Donaldson kicks off, launches it high, deep in, not deep, about halfway into the Fijian 22, and it's taken in by Mata, who looks to set the ruck. And Kurivoli will probably look to box kick here, and does so. And the Fijian line chases up, so the ball's not out. It's taken down by Carter Gordon, who's hit almost immediately. Nick White recycles, feeds it out to, I believe, Slipper. Yep, and then they go left down the short side. And that is Pataya, who is high tackled almost immediately. Corabetti picks up and decides to go himself, but they will come back for the penalty for the high tackle on Jordan Pataya. And that's an early penalty, and I wouldn't be surprised if I would expect Australia to go for the poles here, but maybe not. No, they're going to go for the. What are they going to go for? They're going for the corner, and I like this from Australia. Australia playing with a bit of intent early on, especially first minute of the game, and Donaldson kicks about 10 meters or about 8 meters inside Fiji's 22. Eddie Jones, head coach of Australia, looking on, and he will obviously be hoping his side can get a win here. So they throw to the back through Parecki, and now Angus Bell takes on the line, and he breaks the tackle of Maui. Australia looking to consolidate the field position early here and get some points. A spill, but not forwards. So Valentini will go again. And there's I believe another high tackle advantage here. So it'll be a very straightforward penalty if Australia decide to take the 3 points. I'm just gonna mute my watch. It's irritating me. And the referee already having a word with Captain Naifalevu about the high tackles. Already 2 in the first 2 minutes. And Australia will decide to be clever and go for the 3-pointer. And actually, I don't. It's unfortunate from Tuasova because the tackle initially starts fine, and then as he kind of takes the brunt force of Valentini, his arm kind of bounces up, and it's nothing severe. Like it's a penalty at absolute most. I wouldn't even say that's worth a warning. But Donaldson will kick, and very straight for a kicker of his caliber, very straightforward. This is going to be 3-0 to Australia early on in this game. Nice looking stadium here at Saint Etienne. It is looking good, and it looks like perfect weather conditions for this match. And Ben Donaldson, as easy as he likes, slots it straight away. So Fiji will restart the match. And there is Simon Raiwalui, the head coach, and you could see in the frustration of the post-match game last weekend, post-match interview last weekend, that he was frustrated about certain things, but they've kind of put it behind them, and as a team, they are very, very connected and very, very, very close to each other. They're just going to take it and move on. So Australia up to their 22. Nick White feeds Carter Gordon, who clears up to halfway, or just about. Actually, just inside, I believe, their own 10-meter line. So Fiji will have possession, and will look to launch somewhat of an attack from this position, in this Pool C clash. The white kit of Fiji looking lovely in the sunshine. Silla takes it off the top, but they go quickly instead and run it out through Bottia, who runs straight into Valentini with a big clash. Carter Gordon races up out of the line to try and cut off an out the back pass, but Fiji do have it, and it's a big hit from Samu Karevi and Pataya in the middle. Kuravoli plays quickly to Maui, who takes on the line, and Fiji are playing with real purpose here. Not a great pass out by Drasi, but Vinacolo has taken it in well. And Fiji do maintain possession. It's over 5 phases now, in 6th phase. So this is good maintenance of the ball here from Fiji. Tetitela and this is really good. It's out to Radraja, who's obviously been played on, and he's kind of offloaded it straight out. Not very clean, but Carter Gordon picks up and then is forced out. So Fiji will get the ball back, but a bit panicky there from Radraja. Noah Kanitawase, God, that's hard to say, was all over him on that one. And what a clash midfield with Bottia and Valentini. And then again, Tuasova and the 2 Australian centres, just big hits going in all over the pitch, with Vinacolo sitting down Corabetti. That doesn't happen often. Actually, it wasn't Vinacolo. Who was that, Drasi? Not sure who that was. But Fiji throw to the front. Bottia feeds to the back. And this is good from Fiji. Naithalevu attacks the line, makes some good ground here. Kuravoli decides to have a dart, is held up straight away, and they feeds Matavesi, who offloads to Captain Naithalevu. Still tackled almost immediately. Oh, and Australia looked to step offside there, but Fiji are using the back line again, and this is really good continuity play here from Fiji. And Jarasi decides to just not take the tackle and decides to go forwards. And this is really good. Kuravoli feeds Radradra, who quickly passes the ball to who's number 6? Tagovailoa. And he knocks it on. But no, sorry, forward pass from Radradra as he tried to quickly ship that pass on. But really, really good signs from the intention of Fiji. Who did I pick for Super Brew in this match? In this match, from Super Brew, I have Valentini, Naithalevu, and Nawakini Tawase. Those are my 3 players in these 2 teams on Super Brew. However, my Rugby World Cup fantasy team is slightly different, and I have Botia and Maui in my team. No Australians, as they didn't make the cut for this lineup. I had Mackenzie at fly off, and he did a wonder for me. So Nick White off the back of the scrum feeds Karevi, who decides to go no nonsense ball straight into Tetitella. Nick White again feeds. Is that Bell? No, that's not Bell. Parecki, I think. And then Nick White decides, box kick time for now. I'm going to say Mark Nawakenitawase to chase. Fiji have managed to get it back, but have put a foot in touch from, I believe, Tagovailoa. Was it a knock-on from Radradra? No, it was a knock-on from Nakitawase. Nawakenitawase. I will get it right by the end, I promise you. By the end, I'll be saying it perfect. So it will be a scrum. Yeah, it was a knock-on from him. So it'll be scrum to Fiji, and we love that. As an Aussie, we are not a good side at all. Fiji will do us in the end. Australia are a shadow of themselves. It's a young side. It's a young Aussie side. Wolf. I think Fiji do have what it takes to push this side over, but they're showing Australia's showing potential, and they do have some quality players. So we will definitely see how this goes. Right, guys, we will we'll chuck up a poll in the chat at the next break of play. And I want to hear, who do you think is going to win this, Australia or Fiji? Chuck it in the poll. Let's see what you guys have got. And it'll be a reset scrum for Fiji. So let's get that poll up now. Who do you think is going to win, Australia or Fiji? And then we'll have more polls going throughout the game. And also, in the comments, chuck in who you think will be the deciding factor of a player in this match. Do you think it'll be a Fijian player, or do you think it will be an Aussie? But that poll will be up soon. Again, as we're in a break of play, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We are covering every single matchup in this World Cup. And we've even got some men on the ground as well. So Fiji do win the ball, and Kuravoli feeds Tetitella, who swings it quite quickly to Naithalevu. Naithalevu feeds Vainakolo, who decides to cut back infield, and he's done well there. He's made ground. Kuravoli out the back to, I think, Mata, who runs onto it very hard. Maui. No, yes, that was Maui. Ironi Maui. He's a good player, and it's advantage Fiji. Oh, it's advantage Fiji. Kuravoli decides to throw it straight into the player, not rolling away. And it bounces straight back into his hand, and he tries to take a snipe around the side, but the referee Andrew Brace had already blown for the penalty. So it will be that was so intentional there from Fiji. It was intentional to throw it into the Australian player, who it was cynical. He was just lying there. I don't think the score is showing up on the screen. But Fiji will look to take the points. And this is interesting. I think Teddy Taylor needs to get this. His kicking has been a little bit questionable. Yeah, so will Teddy... Oh, it's not. It's Kuravolia's kicking. Okay. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. He's fine with his time. Come on, Kuravoli. And he has nailed it right down the middle. 3-3. 3-3, 10, 11 and a half minutes into this full sea clash. And if you've already voted for the poll, which I believe actually was already up at the beginning of the game, of who will win, chuck in your comments, guys. Get those comments in. Give me something to react to chat to you guys about. Who is the player of the match that you believe will really stamp their mark on this game? Fiji clear their lines off the kickoff, bring play up to, I believe, the 10-meter line. Just inside the Fijian 10-meter line. Brecky throws in, and it's taken down well by Richie Arnold. Australia have set the maul, and it is at the back in the hands of Brecky. Nick White is marshalling the maul. And he does eventually get the ball out. Feeds Karevi, who takes on the line and is met really well by both Botia and Tuisova. Nick White tries to break down the left and is scragged by Maui, luckily, because he was getting a bit of momentum going there. Karevi out the back to Fraser McWright. Ball it was Hooper. Carter Gordon takes on the left-hand side, and it is a knock-on this time from actually Fraser McWright. It's a knock-on from Fraser McWright just outside the Fijian 22. And so that will be a scrum to Fiji. Eroni Maui absolutely smoked Carter Gordon, knocked the ball out of his hands, and then thumped him into the ground. And that is a great hit from the young Fijian prop, who is only 20. Right, okay, so not that young. He's 27 years old. The youngest player in this starting lineup, I believe, is 3 different players, all 24 years old. Drasi Wainakolo and Nasila Silla. Whereas the youngest player starting for Australia is 22, both Carter Gordon and Tom Hooper. Oh, and Angus Bell. Bell is 22. He's huge. But yeah, so Australia do have a very, very sorry, not very, very. They have a bunch of young players. So this will be a feed to the Flying Fijians in their scrum. Referee calls time on. So Fiji will look to get a good attacking platform from the scrum. And they keep the ball, although the scrum will be reset because the front rows have gone down. Evan H says, feel like Slipper spends most of his game time chatting to the medic on the floor. Well, I mean, Slipper is 34 years old, so can you blame him? Playing against a fairly youthful Eroni Maui as his opposite number. So yeah, he's gonna have an interesting one, that's for sure. And there he is, the big man Mata at number 8. Bill Matter, that's his name. His nickname is Bill. Applies his trade for Edinburgh, my city of location. So Fiji again set the scrum. Kuravoli looks to get it out quickly and does so. Feeds straight to Tuasova, who swings it wide. And this is really good. Radradra has it in open space. He takes on the line. Karevi hits him well from the side, but he's made good ground. Kuravoli decides to take a break as no one is in the right position to pass to. Now, and good turnover penalty there from Australia by Ben Donaldson, the number 15. But very good carry from Tuasova, taking it up to the line and giving some space for Radradra to work, carrying it in one hand, not even just with this big mitts, carrying it up, but unfortunately conceding the penalty. And Australia go into Fiji's half about 5 meters out from the Fijian 22, and we'll have the line out. Karevi having a little smile to himself. Parecki throws to the back. Carter Gordon feeds Valentini in the midfield. He has met well and he's spilt it. So Nasila Sila decides he's going to try a little kick. It's not a good kick, but they do have the advantage from the knock-on. And I think Nasila Sila will be counting himself quite lucky because that was not a good kick. But a great tackle and strip from the Fijians, and I believe it was Bottia who stripped Valentini there. And can we just take a moment to appreciate Naithalevu's hair? It is a cool hairstyle. I wish. I mean, mine's very long, but not that cool. I do love this Fijian team. They are awesome. And just arguably one of the fittest rugby teams on the planet. And always have been. So Kuravoli feeds the scrum. We are over 15 minutes now, so 16 and a half minutes, and it's out to Wainakolo, who takes on the line, gets around to Karevi and Carter Gordon, but offloads it straight to Nick White. Nawakanita Wase picks up and gets hit, manages to get the kick, but not a good one. But Australia do manage to get possession back. And this is really good from Fraser McWright. Nick White goes left, straight to Karevi, who busts the tackle just of Tetitela, but is brought down. Fraser McWright feeding Richie Arnold. Nick Frost, sorry. And Nick White then tries a dink over the top, and it's a really good... Oh, it was almost a perfect kick, but it just bounces slightly the wrong way and goes dead. And the ball will go all the way back. Emmy? I think it's Emmy because there's no accent. Hi, hello. Looking forward to a good game. Go Fiji. And I mean, I'm very, very much in agreement there. Remember, guys, comment on who you think will be the standout player in this game. There's still a long way to go and a lot of players that can leave their mark on this match. Do put your comments in and let's see what you guys think. I think the standout player in this game will, for Australia, I have a feeling it'll be Ben Donaldson, and for Fiji, I think it will be Naithalevu. Eddie Jones looking about as stoic as a Stonehenge there, not giving away much in terms of emotion, which is unlike him. Fiji feed their scrum. Kuravoli off the back. Straight to Tuasova, who decides, Carter Gordon, get out of my way. And it takes both Karevi and Pattaya to bring him down. Drasi has to take it off his bootlaces and decides to kick instead. He will chase his own kick. Ben Donaldson is back and shapes to kick. Does so. And clears it up to, I think, just over halfway. Really good clearance kick there from Ben Donaldson. Inside Fijian's half. And this is already a Fijian number 14. So you think the Slick thinks that Wainakolo, or Vainakolo, I think it's with a W, so I think it's Wainakolo, will be the standout player for Fiji. It could also be number 2, Matavesi. He is quality. That Evan H thinks either of the 14s. So Botia breaks off the side and runs straight into Slipper. Good tackle on him. Sorry, not it was Parecki he ran into. But Fiji win the penalty. This is good. Good, guys. Keep those comments coming. Keep them flying in. I want to see what you guys think. And comment on the game as it goes if you're watching as well. Let me know what you guys think of the game. Fiji are taking the points. And I like this decision from Fiji. Build some scoreboard pressure. Captain Naithalevu is keen for that to happen. And we saw how important that can be, especially in the game England versus Argentina. Scoreboard pressure can help a 14-man side win a match, and it certainly did so. So if Fiji can do something they don't usually do with off the boot, and that is build scoreboard pressure, I think they will. They'll force this Australian team to play potentially in a way that they're not used to. So Kurivoli, will he get this kick? Come on, mate. You can do it. You can do it. And he does. Kurivoli makes it 6-3 to Fiji. Evan H. The Fijians look much better than Faf de Klerk, so I'm worried about Nick White's moustache. Love that comment. Love that. So Australia restart the match, kicking it deep to, again, Mata, who takes it down. And it looks like Kurivoli will look to box kick here to gain some territory and get them out of away from pressure. And Carter Gordon catches, only to get pumped into touch by the Fijian chasers. Really, really good from the Fijian chasers there. And it'll be a... no, oh, right. The Fijians look much bigger than Faf de Klerk. Yes, that's certainly the case, Evan. So Matavesi will throw just inside Fijian's half. And Kurivoli, decides to flick it infield to, who's the 8? It's Tagivalu. It's one player I literally can't remember the name of. And so Kurivolu feeds to Maui. Or was that Luke Kaji? And here is Tuisova just busting through tackles. And he's made a good 10 meters there through tackles. And here is, again, Tagivalu, met well by, I think, Nick Frost. There is Aroni Maui deciding to take route number 1. Now Matavesi offloads to Nasila Silla. And Australia, I think that's playing on the floor there, ref. I don't agree with that. But they do turn it over with no penalty. So they clear, and a good kick. I believe it's a 50-22. Oh, and Australia have taken it quickly. And now Akine Tawase has walked in for an easy try. And that is pretty frustrating, considering I do believe that Australia should have been penalised for playing the ball on the ground. But Akine Tawase, one of my players, I think from my Super Brew team, walks in for an easy try. It looks like they'll come back. Playing on the ground. This will be no try. This will be no try. And I don't think Australia could take that quickly anyway. It's hit the score. It's hit the advertising boards. I don't think they could take that quickly anyway. Oh, so it might be a try. Apparently, Andrew Brace is happy with the breakdown. So the try will stand. I think that's really unfortunate for Fiji. I think again they probably have a right to feel aggrieved there, and I'm certainly frustrated for them. But again, as you guys said, number 14 for Australia standing out. Donaldson kicks and pulls it wildly to the left, so it will remain 8-6. That's 100% playing the ball on the ground. Well, I suppose it's not playing; it's playing the man on the ground. Fiji will be frustrated with that, but they'll go again. They're only 2 points behind. They kick off through Teti Tella, and Frost rises high. They've set a maul here, and it's going forwards. But Fiji are trying to push it to the side. And Fiji have come away from it. Kuruvoli has it. And he's decided to take everyone on. Done really... Oh, no. And Tagi drops it forwards. Luke Tangi has dropped it forwards, and that was a really good attacking position for Fiji. Really, really, really unfortunate there. They needed that to go to hand. Really good maul defense from Fiji, not forcing the knock on, and Kuruvoli bursts out the side and gets around Carter Gordon. Ben Donaldson with a good tackle. And you can see what Luke Taji was trying to do. Just can't grab the ball. Looks like Andrew Brace is checking a potential penalty here for a high tackle. I do believe it will probably be on the Fijian player, and this could be a chance for Fiji to take another 3-point shot. And I think the man they're looking at on the camera is Nick White, so it might be a high tackle by Nick White on Kuruvoli. Let's have a look here. I mean, there's nothing in that from that angle. Yeah, so it is high. I mean, the player was falling, so it's only going to be a penalty, and I think that's the right decision. Slick. Australia should stick to fighting the emus. I love that. That's a good one. So high tackle from Australia's Nick White, and Fiji will have the penalty. And it looks like Kuruvoli will set another kick, and Fiji will be trying to take the lead here once again. And why not? Just, keep in touch with them until you can get your ball runners over that gain line, which they have been doing. It's a good point, actually, as the commentators are mentioning, that it is Fiji do seem to be everyone's second favorite team, and I feel like they're my second favorite team. So it makes it's not an inaccurate call. So Kuruvoli has got 18 seconds left on the shot clock, and he will look to obviously get this this kick over, and he does so. So Fiji are back in the lead, 9-8, and it's good game management here from Fiji, and it's something that I felt that they recently haven't had, especially against Wales. I felt that when they were behind by 2 tries, they were just taking too long to do things, to make decisions. I remember in the last 10 minutes, they needed 2 tries, and they were taking a minute to decide if they wanted to have a scrum or something else. And I thought, yeah. So Australia kick off again to Mata, who is rather upended in the 22, but he's done what he needed to do. And I imagine Kuruvoli will look. No, I think this. No, he will box kick again. Kuruvoli box kicks for Vainakola to chase, but it's a good kick into Australia, just outside Australia's half. And look at that. Meters made, 144 to Australia, 311 for Fiji. And that has got to tell at some point. Fiji will have to make use of that. So Parecki throws. Frost rises high and grabs it. Carter Gordon feeds Karevi, who feeds Valetini, who is met in the middle by both centres, Tuisova and Naethalevu. They are on halfway now. James Slipper decides to have a run at Botia, who tries to get over the ball but doesn't just make it. Carter Gordon steps inside. Richie Arnold. And then Nick White decides to go for an up and under, a box kick up and under with Radradra underneath. No, there is a knock on from Radradra, and Australia have it back. Pattaya kicks through. It's going to be put down by Radradra. Put it down. And they'll come back for the knock-on scrum. So that's a slight confusion there from the two Fijian players looking to catch that ball off Nick White's kick, and Radradra knocks it on. Yeah, there's just not communication there between Radradra and I believe Draase, sorry. Excuse me for butchering his name. So Fiji kick out. Wait, what? Oh, all right. Oh, yeah, right. It was a drop because they kicked it away. Advantage over. Karevi now has it slightly midfield. He feeds Pattaya, who feeds Fraser McWright, takes it into contact. Fiji look for the turnover but can't get it. Valentini feeds. They are just inside Fiji's 22, and I say just because it's very close. Carter Gordon feeds Angus Bell, who's very hard to get down. Here we go. Noana Kitawase. He's, again, very hard to get down. He's fighting against everyone. And Botia wins the penalty. He drags Noana Kitawase down to the ground and gets over that ball like a limpet. Latches on, does not let go. And that is what he's been doing for La Rochelle for, I believe, the last 2 seasons. He is just a class player. Cracking game this far from Alan Robinson. You're not wrong. It's going to be a tight contest, I think. Fiji need to just control it, keep their good game management. They've been managing this game quite well. I'd say the one try that Australia have scored was fortuitous, shall we say. And I'm not sure they necessarily deserve that. But, we're 30 minutes into this game. Fiji are winning 9-8. You'd argue that that's an odd way for Fiji to be leading in a game, but good on them. They are winning with 9 minutes left in this half. Fiji they're throwing the line out through Matavesi. Australia do challenge but don't get it, and Fiji set the maul, and it is moving forwards, and it's been brought down 100% by Slipper, and it's a penalty advantage to Fiji. Kurivoli thinks about taking it quickly, but I imagine he'll take a shot. Penalties conceded, 4 to Australia, 3 to Fiji. Alan Robinson, Fiji 12. Oh, so you must be watching slightly ahead of me then. I think so. You must think must be Kurivoli taking the shot and actually getting it, which is I will definitely welcome. We've had some issues with the scoreboards on the streams today. So obviously it says 3-3 on the stream up there, but well, at least it does when I'm looking at it. But yeah, so I will make sure you're constantly up to date if that is wrong. So Kurivoli sets to kick, and I think it's a 52-meter kick, so it's not a short one, that's for sure. But Fiji need this. They want to consolidate their territory and especially their possession. They are putting a lot of pressure on this Australian team. Kurivoli smacks it, and it is straight through the middle, and it is 12-8 to Fiji. 4 penalty kicks off the boot of the maestro Simeone Kurivoli. And the 24-year-old is showing a masterclass off the boot, and good on him. With 7 minutes left, Ben Donaldson restarts the game. Again, same thing, except it goes to Vinacolo this time instead of Mata. But you'd imagine, oh, no, they're going to set to the forwards, and I think that Kuravoli will look to box kick again. Fiji winning the dominant tackles as well. Four tackles, dominant tackles to 2. Kuravoli does clear. Carter Gordon is underneath it. Fiji have chased up but not hit him, and Carter Gordon's on a run here, but he's knocked it on, and Fiji will now run it back through Big Bill Mata. Kuravoli decides to do a little box kick over the top, not a high one, but a more of a grubber style one, and Pataya smacks it downfield. Very, very long kick, and that will take play inside Fiji's half, I think up to their 22. I don't believe, no, just outside their 22. Gordon knocking the ball as much as Slipper ending up on the ground. Evan H, you are loving, either you're loving or hating this. Evan, are you a Fiji, an Australian supporter, or are you just a person who doesn't particularly like either of these teams? Okay, so Botia gets off the back of the line out and feeds Kuravoli, who launches it downfield. Karevi has not taken that cleanly, but it's gone back. Sorry, Korovetti, but he's knocked it backwards, so it's fine. He's picked it up and decides to launch a kick off the side of his boots. Not a great one. Well fielded by, I believe, Radradra. No, it's by Draas, I say. Oh, and it's a high tackle there from Valentini, but it hasn't been picked up by the ref. And this is Tagi Tagivalu. Oh, it's gone loose, but they've picked it up again. Matavesi flips it out the back. And here's Big Bill Mata. They're on halfway at this moment in the right-hand side of the pitch on the 5 meter. This is good from Fiji. They're playing phases. Oh, and there's an advantage here for Fiji. It's a knock-on advantage. Referee's allowed to play them on. Teti Teller decides to take on the line. Runs through Valentini, which is quite an impressive feat in itself. Botia decides, I'm going to run this one. And there's Luke Tagi, but throws a wild pass. South African Australian. Evan H. I'm a South African Australian, so Australia are my second team. So I'm guessing South Africa is your first team. That's an interesting combination. That's a very interesting combination. Just while there's a break in play here, I'm English, but I lived in South Africa for a long time. I now live in Scotland. I'm also Scottish. So I have always supported England, and yes, it's been painful over the last while. But I don't know who my second side is. I don't know who I'd call my second string side is. Because of the pool in this World Cup, I'd probably say I support Scotland over South Africa, just because I think I'd like Scotland to go ahead of Ireland in the pool stage. I think South Africa will top the pool. But yeah, it's a bit of a strange one for me. But it looks like there is a player getting some attention, not an Australian player from what I gather. So guys, just while we have this break in play, don't forget to check out our sponsors, BitDefender. Obviously, your internet-based VPN and internet security provider. Who said it? The Slick said Japan's winning tonight, and I'm slightly worried. I'm not gonna lie. And also check out BOYLESPORTS, your betting platform, to get some introductory offers as well as some great picks for this World Cup. This is and okay, so Fiji are in Australia's in their 22, but they lose their line out. Australia compete well, and that is obviously but saying that, Fiji get the penalty, and I'd go for the points here. Make it 15-8. Do it. You're getting the scoreboard ascendancy, and Kuravoli is looking quality off his boot. So why not? We're almost at the end of the first half. So nothing to lose by going for the points. And you can see Eddie Jones is frustrated. But, oh, okay. Fiji have broken the mold. They're going for the corner. And I like the decision, but I think they should have gone for the points there. They had this problem yesterday in Bordeaux as well, where there were just no balls to hand to play quick. So Matavesi will throw in, and this is going to be, I imagine, a rolling maul here. Fiji go to the back, but they lose it. Their lineup's not firing, and Australia will now look to clear their line. Nick White will feed Carter Gordon, who clears, almost charged down, but not quite. And this take is still inside Australia's 22, but Fiji will be frustrated because that is a chance gone begging. And Mata just cannot get up high enough to get in front of Nick Frost. I mean, considering Nick Frost is literally 206 centimeters tall, and they're throwing up Mata, who's only 196. He's literally 10 centimeters taller. But so Fiji do go to the back again to Mata. And they've lost it forwards in the transition. Come on, guys. Should have gone. It's Botia who's lost it forwards, and he is very annoyed with himself. He is very frustrated with himself. Oh, lucky it's not a penalty for unintentional offside. Very, not unfortunate. Just loss of concentration from Botia there, trying to play quickly. So just over a minute and a half left of this half, and Fiji taking a 4-point lead at the moment. They'll be very happy with that. Although I think they should have taken that extra 3 points instead of going for the corner and open up a 7-point lead. But so Nick White will feed the Australian scrum here. Maybe Fiji will play for a penalty here. They do have some ascendancy in this. And they don't get the penalty because it's a fairly solid scrum. And I believe that was Pataya. Or was it Donald's? No, yeah. Pataya skews it off his boot and hasn't made a hell of a lot of ground. So Fiji will have another opportunity to run it back at the Aussies and, make the kind of, I suppose, the final play of this half. Matavesi will look to get his throwing pinpoint accurate, so they have a chance to come away again with some extra points before the halftime hooter. They throw to the front, feeding, Kuruvoli. And there is Tuisova spinning out of tackles. Fraser McWright does eventually bring him down. They feed inside to Radraja, who's met well again by Fraser McWright. It's gone backwards off Kuruvoli, so they're lucky there. Jarasese kicks forward. Oh, and it's a beautiful kick right into the 5-meter. And that will be a pressure line out to deal with for Australia. But a really, really good attacking play here. And Fiji tried to take it quickly like Australia did for their try, and the referees called them back for not being set. And you can see a wry smile there from Ironi Maui. So, final play of the game. So, Fiji, they go to Nick Frost, who passes down to Nick White, who decides, time to get this ball off the pitch, and they do clear it. So this halftime score, 12 points to Fiji, 8 points to Australia. A decent first half from both teams. I think there were not that many punches thrown, but I am enjoying Fiji's game management. Unlike them to go for so many penalties for the points, and it's good to see them going in with the lead. So I think we're in for a titanic second half. I think Fiji haven't managed to open up yet, and I predict at some point we'll see Radraja in the centres, and we will see Harbosi and Butitu coming onto the field. So good first half, really good first half, and really looking forward to the second half. So I will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Cheers, guys.
Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about Boyle Sports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is Boyle Sports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
intentional. There's no intent behind it. It just seems to keep happening to Fiji. And it's frustrating, especially as someone who, like, even for me, I find it frustrating that Fiji's never seem to get that rub of the green. Obviously, you know, straight after this game, or relatively straight after this game, big game, England versus Japan. I certainly will be watching that with bated breath, should we say, as an England fan. But here we go. Australia and Fiji are making their way back onto the field. And so let's see if they've made any changes at halftime. I imagine Fiji haven't. I imagine neither team actually have, unless it's been injury forced, but I didn't see any injuries. So it was actually a relatively clean half in terms of injuries. Like, I don't think there were any, which is good to see. It doesn't happen often. And that's May, co-star in the pre-match build-up. I'll probably have to move her at some point. But here we go. We're getting ready for kickoff. Only try score in the first half. Nawaki Nitawase. And here we go. Kicking off through Teti Tella. Carter Gordon takes it inside his own 22. Decides, no, I'm not going to kick this. I'm going to try run it. Still inside the 22, so they will probably go back to Ben Donaldson, who decides to clear. Decent enough, I suppose, clearance, but Fiji got good field position here, and hopefully we'll look to consolidate that and try and eke a penalty out, or even a decent attacking platform. Let me just get Matavesi throws. Botia decides to run it up. Valentini stops him quite well. And here we go through Tagi Tegevalu. Kuravoli feeds to Vinacolo, who can't, well, he can get his pass off, but Jarasase drops it cold. I don't think he was ready for it. And yeah, that will be the first scrum of the second half. God, I would not want to see that man running at me. He is big. Botia was like, no, I'm going straight into Valentini. Valentini, to be fair, fronts up and pushes him back. It's unfortunate there. Van Staden looked good. Box have recalled Pollard. Yes, they have. Oh, and Vinacolo is down. Looks like his ankle's a bit sore here in the tackle. So there is a bit of a break in play. So yeah, breaking news. Pollard has been called back into the box side, and that's unsurprising. He did get a yellow card last night for Leicester. But Leicester with the win there over, I believe it was Sale in the Premiership Cup. Or the Championship Cup. I can't remember which one. Right, so let's buckle up for this second half, shall we? We are slowly picking up subscribers, working our way now towards 44,000. It would be really great to come away from this weekend, by next weekend, to have 50,000. So do like and subscribe for all the World Cup content you will want to see. We are streaming every single game, all the way to the final. And it looks like Wainakolo will be going off. So I assume he will be replaced by Habosi. Yep, Habosi looks ready to come on. And I think that's quite a big blow there. Wainakolo was actually playing decently, but yeah, it's just in the tackle. Nawaki Nitawase just fell on his ankle as he was tackling him, and fair enough, Wainakolo goes off, and Habosi comes onto the field. So, do we think that going forwards that Fiji will retain their lead, or do we think that Australia will come back into the match and win it? I mean, it's only a 4-point difference on their 22, and Australia rise high. They've been held. Their maul is not going forwards. And Oh my god. Parecki had at the back. He's fed Slipper, who's now fed Nick White, who box kicks. It's taken well by Radradra, who is hit by Noah Kinitawase. Kuravoli off the back feeds Luke Taji. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Sturka Deveta. They Kuravoli box kicks. Oh, and then Carter Gordon's let it bounce, and Tuasova has picked it up. He's got a clear run to the line, and he's in. Fiji score 2 minutes into the first half. Tuasova, an easy run-in try, and Fiji now open a 9-point lead with a kick to come for Kuravoli, who has not looked like missing today. And this is huge for Fiji. The exact way they want to start the second half. But poor, very poor here from Carter Gordon. No communication there from Australia, and really poor. Jackie Stradham, yes, go Fiji. I agree. Come on, Fiji. Make this pool an absolute nightmare for Australia. Good. I want to see Fiji go through. Gordon's looking very hit and miss today. Yeah, he is a little bit, Evan. I don't think he's played badly, but he's made some. Well, I think that one was he jumped too far away from the ball, and was never going to get to it, so he had to let it go. But no one else was kind of getting there. Right, Kuravoli, 4 from 4 so far. From the corner, 2-3 meters in. He kicks and he nails it. He absolutely nails that kick to make it 19 points to 8. Fiji up by 11. Come on, flying Fijians. And tell you what, Tuasova was flying there and scored that try. He looked very, very happy with life. And now Australia are backed into a bit of a corner here. They're going to have to respond. They kick off. Fiji will look to make sure they don't give away any penalty or anything here. Habosi's done well to stay in there. He was kind of ragdolled, but he's done well to stay in. Kuravoli feeds. I believe that was Botia, who I think's got his head restrapped. Kuravoli looking for the box kick. And he's been charged down. But it's a penalty to Fiji. Offside. Richie Arnold has charged it down, but in an offside position. And I mean, Richie Arnold is literally 2 meters 8, or rather 208 centimeters tall. He is an absolute behemoth of a man. So getting the ball over him, quite a difficult one. So Fiji get a free get out of jail free card and clear their lines. It looks like this might be Kuravoli, who's getting some cramp treatment, I believe. Does look like cramp. And that could, yeah, it is Kuravoli. So the ref just communicating to Kuravoli there that if he rolls the ball backwards with his hands, I believe, the ball will be deemed out. So Matavesi has the ball to throw in at the line-out on Fiji's 10-meter line. And Fiji's struggling. Their line-out is misfiring. They lose it, and Fraser McWright comes away with it. Nick White feeds Carter Gordon. No, I think feeds Slipper, actually. They're playing to midfield. Carter Gordon steps back inside. Almost sees a gap there. Kuravoli puts him down. Nick White plays out wide to Pataya, who tries a kick through, and it's not a good one, and it might go totally dead, and does. So they'll come back all the way to where he kicked it from. Not too far, but disappointing from Australia here. Carter Paul. Australia win the best hat World Cup, hands down. Kangaroo style. I'm not sure what you mean there, Carter. Can you explain what you mean there? And it was a good idea there from Carter Gordon. He really was trying to get Australia on the front foot, but that kick through from Tyre, not the greatest of ideas. And I think Kurivoli will be going off here. Frank Lamani will be replacing him, and that's just because Kurivoli's cramp, I think, is getting the better of him. So, but Frank Lamani, not a bad player to bring on. My only concern now is that Frank Lamani's been kicking so well, and I don't think that either Lamani or Tetitela are the best kickers for polls. So, I'd say that could be a slight shift in this match. I hope not. We'll see how the rest of this game plays out. So, Frank Lamani comes onto the pitch, and his first action will be a feed to their own scrum. Solid scrum. Fiji looking to assert some pressure here, trying to play the penalty, and do get the penalty at the scrum. And this is just a very measured, controlled gameplay from Fiji here, and it's a pleasure to watch. And Fiji will clear the lines again. Not the most distance off that penalty kick, but they are inside Australia's half, which is exactly where they'll want to be. Their possession and territory stats are pretty good this match. So Matavesi again will throw in. The one problem that Fiji really needs to sort out is their lineouts. They are losing a lot of lineout balls. But Nasila Sila takes it this time. And Matavesi takes it out the back and gets rid of Slipper, but then in an offload, Frank Lamani knocks it on. But penalty to Fiji for an offside. Valentini offside, and I imagine that Fiji will look to go for the points. And I really hope that, I imagine it will be Lamani who will be kicking, but maybe Tetitela. Is Lamani who's going to kick, and I really hope he can get this. And Australia are shooting themselves in the foot here. They are making this game hard for themselves. And it has been a game of the forwards, hasn't it? Just looking at things now, Botti has had a very good game, but Naithalevu's not really featured much. Frank Lamani, will he be able to nudge this 3-pointer over and really make it a bit of a needed comeback here? And he's hooked it, but he's hooked it left. And this is what I was worried about. This is exactly what I was concerned about. Lamani comes on to replace Kurivoli, and the kicking just hasn't fired since Kurivoli. Okay, so a change coming from Australia. Interesting one. Carter Gordon is going off, and Vunivalu has come on. And that so you'd imagine Ben Donaldson will be shifting to 10, and that Vunivalu will be at 15. Now, that's an interesting choice, because I don't see them with an out-and-out 15. So, Joao Arcese attacks, kicks the ball high to chase his own kick, and he smacks Noah Nakitawase in the tackle. But Australia do maintain the ball. They go up through Valentini, and Tagatagavalu caught in there, but not going to get penalised. He's managed to roll away. Nick White will look to clear their lines with a box kick for Vunivalu to chase. Naithalevu has picked it up off the back of a knockback from Radradra. Naithalevu's done well there. And now Frank Lamani will look. I think he'll look to box kick here and put his backline chasing. And Radradra is on the chase here. Not a particularly hard chase. And now Kitawase decides to put a bit of a banana kick. Launches it very far. And Teti Tela is back. Feeds Drawasese, who decides, I'm going to run it right to the edge of the 22 and then clear. And it's a decent kick, decent clearance from the fullback. And back into Australia's half we go. Evan H. Fiji are maintaining great consistent pressure. So Australia, but against themselves. And I agree. I absolutely agree. Fiji are playing very consistently here. They're doing really well. And Australia piling pressure on themselves with silly penalties. So some front row replacements. Both replacement. In fact, the whole front row for Fiji has gone off, which means that Ikinavere, Ravai, and Doge are on the field. And Australia go to the back. They do take their own line out. Karevi has it midfield. Gets rid of... Oh, and it's been stripped by Botia. Botia feeds Doge. Lamani feeds Naithalevu. Naithalevu takes on the line. Thinks about passing. He's got rid of a one player. Fiji making good ground here. Tetitela feeds Ikinavere. And then it is picked up by big Tagivalu. They are now just outside the half. Oh, and this is a really good attacking opportunity, but a loose pass from Fiji drifts straight into touch, and it's Tuisova who'll be pissed off with himself. And that was a very good opportunity to go in the corner there. Tuisova will be frustrated. And what a steal from Botia. The man is a unit. But the pressure being stacked up here by Fiji is immense. And Australia are buckling. Yeah, and it just wasn't a good pass from Tuisova. I get it. He wanted Radradra to be flatter. And that I understand. To be fair, he hadn't looked. But Radradra should have been a bit flatter there. But again, Radradra, you want to hit the ball hit the man at depth. So not really. It's just miscommunication. I wouldn't say it's either player's fault. Turnovers 1, 4 from Australia, 3 from Fiji, but Fiji have had most of the possession. So this is just fantastic play from Fiji with less than half an hour in the game, up by 11 points. Arguably should be up by more, because I still don't think that Australia's try should have stood. But bygones are bygones. And Parecki will throw. Frost rises high. Out to Nick White. Nick White feeds to Donaldson, to Valentini, who runs it up. Nick White again feeds out to the right, and Bell takes a good little gap there, is brought down by Tagivalu. Oh, and this is good play from Australia. They got it out to Vunivalu, who kicks infield. It might have been taken out late there, but he's kicked it way dead. And they will come back all the way from where he kicked it, almost up on halfway. Sorry, almost up to halfway. Yeah. No, it's a good hit, not late. Good hit. And the Australian fans are not enjoying this. Yeah, if you got points for kicking dead balls, Australia would be winning. You're not wrong. They are not helping themselves in the slightest with these kicks. And they're just helping Fiji here at this point. Rising steadily in those subscriber numbers up to 44,000. Let's keep that number going, guys. Keep it going. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for all your Rugby World Cup action and content. So Lamani will feed the scrum, and it's been a decent point of contact, a good set piece for Fiji. Their lineup may have been misfiring quite a lot, but their scrum has been solid. And the referee will just reset the scrum. He'll bring them slightly more in field. And I imagine there'll be some changes coming on soon from Australia. They've already rejigged the back line when Carter Gordon got substituted. Ben Donaldson now playing fly half. But I imagine there'll be some forwards changes coming on soon. Here we go. Lamani is going to feed this scrum. This one has stayed up, and actually Fiji are pushing forwards, but Lamani gets it out early. Feeds out the back to Tetitela. Tetitela to Naithalevu, who puts a kick through. And it's a good kick. It's not gone into the touch on Vunivalu's had to pick it up early. That might be deemed high. And okay, so Fiji have shot themselves in the foot here. And the 9 has advanced in front of the kicker, Naithalevu, and never retreated. So they will come back to where Naithalevu kicked it, and for a Australian penalty. And that is not what you want to be doing when you're this far, when you've got this kind of lead. And Donaldson clears. And it's a good clearance from Donaldson. Brings play up to just outside the Fijian 22. And Fiji will want to be careful here. They will want to be. They will want to clamp down on errors like that, needless errors as well. Any thoughts on how Evan is asking? Any thoughts on how Oz match up with Wales? I think they're about equal, to be honest. I think Wales will win. I think they'll make it incredibly hard for themselves because Wales do that, as do Australia apparently. So Nick White is just waiting to get the ball out of this maul, which is just outside of Fiji's 22. So Karevi carries. Now, Frost is met by Naithalevu and another player who I believe was Taki Takivalu. And Fiji have stolen it, but they've knocked it on. But, so the referee's called the knock-on, and Radradra is furious because he believes that he's been impeded by a player on the floor. And he has. Nick Frost has never let that go. And I think the ref might check this. And here comes some subs. And I believe it is no, it's not. It's Zain Nongor is coming on, and as well as Isaac Fines Lelewasa. So it means that Nick White's going off, and I believe that will be Slipper going off. Unless Slipper's the captain, then he might be going off, obviously. No, it is Slipper. So I wonder who is captain now. But this is interesting. I think Wales and Australia is a difficult one to call. I don't know because they're like against what was it, Portugal yesterday. Wales were poor. Portugal were actually bloody good. Obviously not on the scoreboard, but they pushed Wales really hard. And also I really like Portugal's kit. It's really nice. So that's right. The scrum half who got knocked out last weekend, Tate McDermott. That's who I was trying to remember the name of. Right. So Australia scrum. Frustratingly, I don't believe it should be. But again, Fiji not getting the rub of the green. So they will look to clamp down on the defense here and keep Australia out. It's outside. It's about halfway between the 22 and the 10-meter line in Fiji territory. They decide to break left. Noana Kitawase has it. He feeds Fines Lelewasa. Frost has managed to get into the Fijian 22. And it goes through Nongor. Another fairly new player to this setup. Okay. Whoa, and Korobetti sits down Havosi. Oh, and it's a poor pass from the scrum half, but it's gone backwards. So they will play on. Korobetti gets it again. Taken down by Lamani. And Australia is starting to build some phases here. This is looking at like a dangerous attack. Fiji need to shut this down. They're constantly knocking on the door, playing forward pods. And it's a penalty to Fiji. Great, great defense. And I believe it is Tuisova with the turnover. And he looks tired. And it's not Nick Frost. It is Richie Arnold on camera, who just looks very frustrated. But I'll tell you what, Koroibete sits down Habosi there. So Fiji will clear their lines. Even Bottia's down on the ground at the moment, looking pretty shattered. And they have really played their socks off at the moment. They really have been throwing everything at this Australian team and doing well from it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tuisui coming on to replace Bottia here. It looks to be another change. So Rob Leota is on for Fraser McWright. And I think Blake Shoop is on as well. I believe David Parecki has gone off. Oh, Luke Taggy has come back on. Bottia is not going off. I think he's just had a little bit of a jaw knock there. He looked like he was flexing his jaw quite a bit there with the medics. And this is just what a game! And this is the game of the weekend so far. A really big struggle, and I wouldn't call this an upset because I thought I was saying going into this World Cup that Fiji has a very good chance to top their pool. Bottia will be going off, and that means replaced by an equally massive person in Albert Tuisui. I mean, they're not losing any weight there, that's for sure. Tuisui weighing 115. It says Bottia weighs 98, but I don't believe that. And so Tuisui off the back of this line out feeds Lamani, who launches it far. Oh, and it's bounced. Fiji, and I think Fiji have knocked it on. Yeah, Fiji knock it on off the bounce, and that's unfortunate. Minor knock on, but Australia in all kinds of trouble of not knowing that where their positioning is. They should not have allowed that to bounce. And this is just compounding errors for Australia. We're almost 20 minutes left in the game, and they trail by 11. I mean, obviously, that can be closed in a matter of a minute. But Australia are just compounding their own errors. I mean, yes, okay. Number 20. So yeah, it's Rob Leota. So Nungor's not on yet. It's still Parecki. So Finez Leleawasa will feed the Australian scrum. And does so. It's pretty solid, although it's spinning. And it will be a penalty to Australia. And I think they will look to go to the corner here because a three-pointer is only going to put them within 8. Although there is Nick Frost looks like he's got a fair amount of blood on his jaw. So they will be going to the corner through Ben Donaldson. And they will look to launch an attack. And this is a frantic game here. And I can see that the numbers watching the stream are going up as the time ebbs away and Fiji remain with this lead. So, no, Shoop is on the field now. No, sorry, that's Jordan Ulysses. Ulysses is on at hooker and throws to the middle. They set the maul, and the ball, I believe, was dropped there, but backwards. So Shoop, Ulysses picks up. And there's going to be another penalty here for holding on. Who gets up with it this time? And I believe it's the new man. Is it? Or is it Tagi Tagivalu? No, it's Sirika Deveta. Sirika Deveta gets the penalty for Fiji. And again, just not firing Australia. Brilliant from BITDEFENDER. And Fiji are just elated. They are doing so well. Their game management in this match has been 100%. So Teti Teller will clear the lines. Not a massive kick. I think he gained about 10 meters maybe. But just the consistency of the way they're stopping this Australian attack and just turning them over is impressive. And Ikaniveri will throw into the line out. It's gone out the back, and I believe Australia will jump on it through Ulysses. So Australia have got the ball back. And it's a high tackle there. And it will be another penalty. And now Fiji must settle down. They don't want to compound this. That was a high tackle from Tuisova. Yeah, Pollard to Paris confirmed. You're right. You have Fiji winning by 10 on Super Brew. I think I have Fiji winning by 6 on Super Brew. Evan H. Errors are really starting to build now. They are, but more for Australia than Fiji. But Fiji are starting to allow them in. And the referee having a talk to Tuisova about his second high tackle in the second half, and he also had a few in the first half. Just having a chat with him. Obviously, Tuisova saying sorry to the referee, and something you don't see in football, is it? A player of a good 100 kg saying sorry to the referee after making an error. So Australia go to the line, and I think they're about 10 meters out at the moment. They go to the back of their line out to Frost, set the maul, and they will look to try and maul this as close to that line or over if possible. Fiji have done well to stem it at the moment. It is going sideways. They will have to use it soon. Fiji have done well to stop this. So, Fines Lewasa feeds to Karevi. Karevi takes on Naithalevu, gets him down. And Fiji have won another penalty. Who is it this time? It's Tuisova making amends for the penalty he gave away by winning one of his own. And he's had a massive game. Tuisova has had an absolutely massive game. I think I almost put him in my team, but I chose to stay with Naithalevu instead. I thought Fiji would be doing a bit more running. But what a turnover there. And perfect timing from Tuisova. Got his team into the position and got them out of it. 13 penalties conceded by Australia, those compounding errors, whereas it's only 6 to Fiji. And yet you'd find that Fiji are the ones that have been warned. And I don't think that Australia have. So Fiji will want to, and they do, through, what's his name? Sila. They take the line out. And Tuis Sui runs straight and hard at the Australian line. And that's another penalty. Needless. This, taking out the scrum half by Richie Arnold. Just a silly penalty to give away, really. And that will be an even better chance. Yeah, I agree, Eugene. Very silly from Richie Arnold there. And Teti Teller will be able to clear even further, get play into Australia's half now. And this is just Australia. The ball's definitely not out. And Richie Arnold just coming straight over from the side. Very, very silly there from the big lock forward. And Fiji just allowing Australia to self-implode here. So Fiji will hopefully win their ball. And it looks like they'll go to the front to Mata, who feeds Lamani. Lamani goes to Radradra, who bounces off Donaldson. Lamani feeds to Naithalevu. He doesn't manage, but it goes back. Oh, and there's been a nasty injury here in the attempted tackle. I can't see who it was, but it's a player injured from Australia. He's down on the floor as soon as he tried to make the tackle, he was out prone. And I see what he's trying to increase the line speed and the speed at which they get to the Fijian players to not allow them space. But he shot out on his own there. Almost literally 65 minutes in, 15 minutes left in this game, and Fiji with all of the ascendancy and the discipline in this match. And even the commentators don't know who's down. And there is going to be a check here to see if the reserve hooker for Australia took out the so if Ulysses took out Ikinaveri off the ball. Just showing again that Nawakina Tawase try. See above, Fiji are playing well. They are playing well. They are playing very, very well. And the Wallabies just compounding errors and just essentially shooting themselves in the foot. 146 people in the stream right now. Hello, everyone. Quickly chuck in, and that is the last play of... and it is taken out off the ball. And he's got his head on the wrong side, hence his injury. This could be a penalty as well. And is so, I believe. Yep, penalty, and they will look to go for the points. Australia just completely playing themselves out of this game. Parecki has come back on for the head injury assessment for Ulysses. So yes, everyone joining in right now. Hi, guys. Welcome to the stream for this game where Fiji are really just causing Australia to implode in this game. 19-8 at the moment with a kick for Frank Lamani to take it out to a 14-point lead. And at that point, you're thinking, well, with what Australia have shown today, are they able to come back from that? And from the comments, I think that Frank Lamani gets this one over. And he does so. 22 points to 8. Right. Okay, guys. Now, after that penalty, can Australia come back to win this game? Let's get a poll. Let's get a poll going. What is interesting, though, is that this feels like one of the first games there hasn't been a yellow card. Obviously, I don't think there was one again in the previous game, South Africa versus Romania. But okay, so another change. Foketi, Lalakai Foketi, cool name, has come on for Karevi. And they kick deep. It's gone straight to Habosi. Gone over there. Nasila Silla has also gone off. Mayana Vanua. That's a hard name to say. But Fiji looking to play it out. And Penny Ravai with the truck up there, setting a platform for Lamani to box kick, and does so. Kicks it deep. Nawaniki Tawase, who I think I'm still saying the name wrong for. Nawakini Tawase lobs it up for Bell, but they're in their own half here. And Fines Lelewasa feeds to Frost, who is met hard by Kenavere. Fines Lewasa out the back to Donaldson, out to Pataya, who takes on the line. He's got some good dancing feet. Still in their own half here. And then Fines Lewasa decides to kick. It's gone up. It's landed outside the 22, so not a bad kick. But Drawa Sese decides to run it. And it's a penalty to Australia for not releasing. And it's good there from Foketi, his first introduction to the game. And he's got a penalty there. Evan H, think you'll get a yellow now. I don't know. They certainly should for the amount of penalties they're giving away. Yeah, so Foketi making a good one. Tuisova's getting up a little bit gingerly on that ankle. I think they'll probably, they might look to bring him off. But here we go, Australia with the line out here. And Botitu has replaced Tuisova with just over 12 minutes to play. And looking at Tuisova going off, his arms are about the size of my entire body. And that's quite scary. So Parecki, who is back on the field, will throw in at the line out. And they go to the middle through Newman. I don't know who that is. Okay, so let's see. So it's penalty advantage to Australia. This is not looking good for Fiji. And who is that? Vunivalu bursts through and goes over. And that's really frustrating for Fiji. And Australia, as the commentator has said, Australia now have a lifeline. And Fiji needs to regroup. They need to really be careful here, and make sure that they really keep tight and defend this lead, but also actually go out to attack. And it was Parecki who was at the back of that maul. Ooh, oh, Vunivalu dropping the ball backwards there. Very lucky. Donaldson needs to get this kick. Otherwise, it remains a 9-point game, which will at least give Fiji some element of calm. Whereas if this goes over, it's a 7-point game. Come on, Fiji. Do not let this game go. Donaldson gets the kick. It is a 7-point game. A 7-point game with literally just over 10 minutes to go. And the fans are elated that they've finally seen their team do something in this match that's got them to show up. So Fiji will probably try to slow things down a bit now. And Australia will be happy with that they've managed to get themselves back into this game. I'm not sure. We'll see how this goes. I mean, that they haven't really looked like scoring. They've had 2 opportunities to score and they've taken them though. So Donaldson receives the ball and kicks a very, very long kick. Fiji decide not to take the ball quickly, but they will definitely want to make sure that they keep hold of this line out and don't allow it to slip. You're right, Evan. Australia probably would be happy with the draw here. Ikinavere needs to find his man here. He really does. And after taking the Sila off, they'll probably go to Mata or Sirikitaveta. And Australia turn over the ball, but they've knocked it out. So it'll be again another line out to Fiji, and it's Newman. And I cannot remember his name. What's number 19's name? He's just come in, so I can't see his name. Let me see if I can find it on the team sheet. Lineouts lost. Fiji have lost 4 lineouts as opposed to Australia losing none. Hooper was forced back off that lineout. Do you think there's a chance of a draw? Yeah, I mean, of course there's a chance. I'd love it not to be a draw because I think that kind of means that Fiji are basically out, or almost. So, Fines Lelewasa launches it high, and it's not taken in by Habosi. It is knocked on, and this is dangerous for Fiji. They really need to front up here. It's this is really good carry there from Rob Valentini, and now Frost up to the 22. Well, T2's over it. Sorry, Habosi was over it, but didn't manage to quite get there. And this is really, really strong play from Australia here, from Jordan Ulisi. Fines Lelewasa feeds Valentini again. Donaldson feeds Vunivalu, the try scorer. Oh, and another penalty turnover to Fiji. They are just making as many. They are attacking Australia's breakdown as much as they possibly can. They do not at all want to lose this game. And it was Philip. So Philip is number 19, who's come into the side due to this injury to Will Skelton. And as you can probably see from this stream, I am very, very much in Fiji's corner here. Now Fiji just need to get this line out. 150 people, welcome to the stream. We are potentially going to witness Fiji. I'm not going to say, actually, you know what? Not even going to say it. Not going to say it because I have a habit of being wrong. So I'm not going to say it until it's happened. But we are witnessing a great rugby match here. Fiji piling the pressure onto Australia. They go long, they go to the back, and they've not got the ball. Australia win the ball. And Leleawasa feeds Donaldson to Pataya to Korombeti, who is hit hard by both Drasi and Naithalevu. They are into Fiji's 22, but Fiji get a penalty for Australia going straight over off their feet, and it's Nawakini Tawase who is penalised, but really good run there from Korombeti. Fiji need to win to sort out. Oh, that's not being checked. That's lucky. They might be checking this. Oh, okay. They're not checking it. I would have checked that. But okay, so almost up to halfway. Players almost up to halfway. Kinaveri will throw in. Fiji need to get this ball. They really need to get this ball back. They go to the middle, and they do. They do win the ball back, and straight into a very powerful maul. Australia at 6 and 7s here, and they're up over halfway. Come on, Fiji. Come on. Come on. Lamani has it at the back. He passes. He feeds. And there's an awful pass out the back from, I believe, Botitu. But Fiji have managed to get it back, and they've got it in the ruck. And I think Lamani will now look to kick for a chase for, no, very little chase actually in this. Tackles made, 83 for Australia, 115 for Fiji. Korombeti, don't see him kick very often, yet he feels like he has to. Lamani takes it down and launches a high one for Nawakini Tawase, who also kicks. And now I'm not sure this is a time where Australia really want to be kicking the ball away. They've decided to stay in the 22 this time and launch the ball. So they do try, they kick it out. However, Australia take it quickly. And they decide to kick to the other side. And really well taken there from Radraja, but he's run it out and he launches it down the other end. Fiji want to get this ball off the park, and yet they're kicking midfield. Donaldson has it. He launches a ball. And this kicked now. Kick it out. But they run it out of their 22 and then kick. And I don't get it. I don't understand why. Korombeti takes it in his 22, runs it out, then kicks. And this kick, they're looking for the first player to make a mistake. Lamani stays in his 22, decides, I'm done with this kick tennis, and gets the ball out. And then Nawakini Tawase takes it quickly. Finez Leleawasa out to Vunivalu, who kicks. And finally, the ball is off the pitch. But Fiji won the kicking battle, and they are inside Australia's half. And Fiji are lucky they won that kicking battle, because they almost so close to a 50-22. What a kicking battle that was. But Fiji holding their nerve, and they do have the line out. They need to win it. They win the line out. Untidy, but they win it. And Inkinaveri breaks the tackle of and there's a knock on from Australia. Just over 3 minutes to play. Fiji up by 7 with a scrum, which has been working all night. It's been going well for them all night. They might even look to eke out a penalty here. They're not going to get a bonus point try. So they just need to win this game and hopefully get some points to take away Australia's losing bonus point. So a penalty here and a converted penalty will be double the benefit for Fiji. They will want to try and take that bonus point away from Australia. With less than 3 minutes to go, and Fiji, you'd think they cannot lose this game, but they could lose the win. They could still draw. So they will want to be tight, secure, and they will want to try and take this bonus point away from the Aussies. Solid scrum from Fiji. And it's been deemed to go straight up, so they will reset. Means that there's time eaten up. No penalty. If Fiji get a penalty, they win by 10. Your guess is correct. That's true, Slick. I said they'd win by 6, so I'm 1 point out. And I think I was thinking they would win 28-22. And the Aussie fans are not too enthusiastic about this. 2 minutes left on the clock. 2 minutes, 6 turnovers for each team. Fiji will just want to get this ball. If they can't eke out the penalty, which I don't think they will, Fiji will want to just play with this ball, run down the clock, and make sure that they get this win. Naifalevu takes the ball. He's taking it to the line. He feeds Habosi, who can't quite make it to the line. He passes it back and the ball's gone out. But what an attack from Fiji. Naifalevu with a nice clean break there. Oh, and it's just so unlucky. But what a run from Naifalevu. Gets past 2 men. Gets a great pass off to Habosi. Just can't make it there. And it's just not, not a good offload from Habosi, but he was under a lot of pressure. But less than a minute and a half left. Less than a minute and a half left. And this will be a famous victory for Fiji if they get it. The first World Cup win over Australia. Velatini takes it out the back and rumbles it up. Fines Lelewasa. Will they kick? They will. Donaldson clears. And it will be Fiji's line out inside Australia's half. And what this pool is turning out to be. Joshua Tuasova, the MasterCard player of the match. And it's easy to see why. Unbelievable play from the man today. 1 try, multiple turnovers in key positions. And every time he gave away a penalty, he came back and stole one back. So 40 seconds left. Fiji take the line-out ball at the front, and they've set them all. They fed it back to Ikeniveri. Lamani out the back to big man Botitu, who's knocked it on. Damn it. 20 seconds left. Australia scrum. And I think they should have Fiji should have looked to keep that tight. Fiji should attack this scrum. They really will want to attack the scrum, try and get a penalty from this scrum and take this bonus point away from Australia. This bonus point could be key, could be very key going into the final stages of this pool. This is the last play. This is the last play. Fiji cannot lose this game. They cannot lose. They could only win or draw. Ines Lelewasa feeds the scrum. Fiji have gone straight through the scrum. Fiji have won a penalty. Fiji have won a penalty. Take the 3 points, lads. Come on. Get those 3 points. Take away that bonus point. Come on. Come on, Fiji. Lamani, you better bloody get this kick. Come on. Australia have been, and Evan H, absolutely. Fiji have beaten up Australia every single part of the game. Come on. Take away this bonus point from Australia. Come on. Come on, Fiji. 220 people watching. Fiji have beaten Australia in Pool C. Can they take away Australia's bonus point, which would be massive in this pool? Come on, Lamani. You've got to get this. You've got to get this, mate. Come on. Come on. The coach. Oh, this is a coach killer. Even Eddie Jones is on his feet. Oh, this is huge. Lamani, come on. Come on. Show your nerves. Show your nerves of steel here. And he's missed. Lamani has missed the kick, but they will win the game. Australia going down to Fiji in this Pool C, 22 points. to 15. I'm worried that bonus point will be huge come the end of the pool, but what a win for Fiji. Cameron Day, how many meters was the kick? It was quite a lot. I'd say about 50. This is the thing. Like Lamani's kicking is a bit like another counterpart of plays for Samoa. Liliafano, he draws it too much. He draws it back too much. But what you can't, yeah, exactly. The commentators are saying you can't help but love this Fijian side. They are just so good. They are so good. Great result for Fiji. They win by 7 points. I called them to win by 6. Super Brew doing well for me there. And just what a win. Could that be the one result in this World Cup that throws everything out? I think there could be an England-Fiji quarterfinal coming here. And as an English fan, that worries me hugely. But I just want Fiji to do well. Eddie Jones bringing his magic to Australia and ruining them. Love it. Especially after what he did with England. But what an epic result. And what a game for me to commentate on. I love it. Fiji overthrowing Australia. And after a disappointing loss to Wales, they turn it around and take the win against Australia. What a game. And this has been your coverage from Forever Sports, Forever Rugby. Don't forget to follow up in the comments, like and subscribe the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Check out our sponsors, both BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. And we will see you very soon for the England versus Japan game. Don't go anywhere. That promises to be a big game, obviously a big game for the pool, and certainly one for me as well. So see you guys in a little bit. Cheers, guys. Thanks for joining.